Kyle apparently
Experience.
had to take Friday or work from home Thursday because his stomach was destroying him.
It's such a baby. Such a frail child. I went.
What you're saying is he's not American enough.
Yes.
Like, he spends all his time eating healthy food, and then the one time you feed him basically grease in a bucket,
No,
and it doesn't
they
go
steam
well.
those.
It was all really grease. Everything was fat filled.
It's White Castles is an American
You had 20 pounds
cornerstone.
of potato and onion rings.
Yes.
More than that, probably.
You didn't eat them all.
Between the five of us, we ate under half.
I went to work and just stank up the place like a true American. White Castle farts are just part of the
Yes,
side.
you know it's a good, healthy American tradition when even your stomach's trying to find every way possible to just get rid of it.
Oh. That's funny. Oh, poor. Knew what he was.
Well, at least I gave him warning. John didn't have warning.
No, John had never had it before.
No, John didn't have warning what food was going to be for the evening
Yeah.
until you brought White Castle in the pound, in multi-pounds,
He
in
was all
dozens of
over it
pounds.
until he realized they had pickles. American
One
cheese.
pickle.
Yeah, on each one.
Yeah, and it's like a weird, like, hot, goopy pickle.
It's they're steamed together.
And it says in the box that you could put any sliders in the box.
You know,
And you just put the regular old
the classic.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we'll do White Castle again.
I guess not. You guys are just so picky.
I gotta figure out. It's either John or Adam next.
I guess we'll just have to do like
No.
really getting gassy.
No. You know what we need right before we all sit around a small table in a confined space?
Mm-hmm.
Beans.
I am making pork and beef. I got all the bacon.
No. Why not healthy salads?
What do you mean? Pork and beans is healthy. Beans are vegetables.
There's a Derpy. Why is Derpy floating?
Why is Derpy
Derpy is
floating?
floating.
Why does he float?
That didn't look right.
Hi, Sunset. You like White Castles, right? Delicious food.
I gotta fix that Derpy. I think that Derpy is busted.
Busted.
Which one is that? That is... Yeah, why is it hovering?
I'll hover.
Depending on what it is, some things hover, but yeah, it's gonna be a black screen because I gotta move things. That is animations. I gotta make it play first. Okay, now she's fixed.
Yay.
Okay. There we go. Check to make sure that works. Okay, now she's flat to the ground. She's not floating anymore. That must have been like that for a while. No, she was fixed.
I mean,
She's ate so many sandwiches. She just ate 6 sandwiches.
Sunset, are you saying that about White Castles?
No, well, I think anybody that came in talking about White Castle all just immediately left. But just looking at that makes my stomach churn. I understand some folks love.
Wait,
no, I think.
Have you not had them?
No, I think there was a time in my life where White Castles were fine, but I don't eat enough food like that to make them go down nicely now.
But they steam them so that they slide.
Slide. No,
Down your throat.
no. No, there was a time where that was a thing. but like we'd get like a crave case when we're watching WrestleMania or something.
Yeah.
But I just don't eat that kind of fast food anymore, and so.
Would you eat pizza?
But most of the times, like, I don't like greasy pizza. I want to get like nice, not greasy pizza, and pizza's a little different than a fried burger on with fries.
I'll bring you all cucumbers.
No, I hate no. You can go sit on one. Keep them away from me. No, Michael bought a crave case, 5 fries and 5 onion rings, but the fries and onion rings, he didn't realize how big they were. So I think we ate.
John ate pretty much just the onion.
Yeah, even those were like, okay. Being it wasn't onion rings, it was onion chips, like onion rings cut into pieces.
He did eat 2 of the White Castle. Found to eat 2.
I think I ate 3.
Kyle ate
4.
5. He ate 5.
5?
Yeah.
I was ate 3 and I was
6.
full. I ate 3, some of the Friday I was full. I was good.
I ate 6. Adam ate 6.
No.
Yeah. There were only 7 left at the end of the night. And I bought a case of 30.
Okay, so how?
What do you mean how?
I literally ate
Delicious.
3 and I'm like, I'm good. How did anybody eat 7?
Nobody ate 7. 2 people ate 6. 1 person ate 5.
6 is
John had 2.
okay. Ooh, we're rounding erroring the number of White Castle burgers.
Know exactly who ate what. I wanted people to eat their food.
He's talking about White Castles.
Are you gonna do the animation where Squirrel is walking into the house and
Oh,
the floor is lined with candles and flower petals, and then she walks into her bedroom and there's 2 dolphins, and then she goes in there, the door closes, and then like how she got her key.
No, I wasn't even listening. I'm just gonna say no.
Just like the idea of 2 dolphins lying.
Oh yeah,
in bed.
you mentioned that before. You told me.
Yes.
Now you're just trying to get other people to. No, we're not doing that. That's not.
I
That's
like
no.
that one.
I had a couple ideas for some, but none of them really stuck with me. Once a week, my mom and dad asked me to take them to one of the local drive-ins just to get a huge basket of onion rings. I love their grilled cheese sandwich on Texas bread. You know, like onion rings are fine, but I've never been a fan. Like, if you were to get a basket of onion rings, I'd maybe have one if there's like a sauce for it, and that's it. I just can't eat a thing of onion rings. It feels to me like an onion ring is, for most places, especially with like White Castle, it's this tiny little piece of an onion completely encased in like 8 pounds of batter,
Yeah,
where all you're doing is eating fried batter.
yeah, delicious.
The ones that have a giant onion in it that are nice and thick and potent, it's a little better. But other than that, like, I just don't care. Like, I'd rather have some kind of like tater tots in my jam.
It's because you're Minnesotan.
I love my tater tots, man.
I've had a bloomin' onion. Been a while. But it's basically just another form of onion ring.
So no, there's not nearly as much batter on those, and some of the pieces don't have really any. And the whole thing is to have it with like a very tangy, spicy, like
the
Southwest
zesty sauce.
That zesty sauce tasted almost like nothing.
Zesty.
It was no.
You got so much zesty sauce?
I went when Kyle said there was horseradish in their Zeppy sauce or whatever. I went and added more horseradish just so I at least got a zing from it, because it was so bland.
They're not White Castle's fallen.
So there's a couple things I still need to do in this shot. For one, the continuous blow, well, that should be an easy fix actually. Once. I think this one is set to die too quick. 3, No, it's supposed to emit for 8 seconds. Something about it is killing it early.
Like a good blooming onion is fine. It's basically just it's onion rings, but they tend to make them in house, where onion rings tend to be not in house. Oh, hot, fresh, I guess. I tried making one here once. The only reason we have a whole thing of oil and it did not turn out. Batter was not right. But I tried.
Oh yeah, it would just ended up being like onions and a slather of something.
Yeah, like breading might work. Practice.
Not the limit of how many. It's probably a limit on.
I've had python before. There was a place near where I used to live called Jungle Gym, and they had rattlesnakes for sale for food, but they were like $100+ a piece. They were big rattlesnakes, but not $100 big. I didn't eat the rattlesnake. Python. Way cheaper.
The python sounds
cheaper.
delicious.
I'm close to done with the.
I still get some goop,
there.
but it's like just like an occasional annoyance and not like constant.
Yeah.
Like I still feel a little bit something back there, but it's probably going to take a while before it really builds up enough. It's just taking its time.
I need to figure out how to blame you. I think it's Nightly. I think Nightly got us sick.
Whoever was
Darn.
first, well, somebody else got probably nightly sick, and we got it from him, or we were all just in some proximity, and he's just the weak one. And he got sick first.
Fox.
But I could feel something kind of building up in the back of my throat on like Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So, rattlesnake just tastes like fishy chicken. Okay, well, okay, so I know Mythbusters did a thing on the whole thing of like everything tastes like chicken, where they took a bunch of different meats and then they deep fried it, and then they said everything tastes like chicken, but they determined that was because you deep fried it. Then they went and just cooked it all the same, just on pan fry, and without deep frying it, and it was a completely different experience. So if it was deep fried, it's gonna always kind of taste chickenish.
Yeah. When I had the python, I just covered it in a sweet chili sauce because that sounded good.
I'll scratch.
And it was fine. It was chewy. If you've ever had alligator, it wasn't all that different. I don't know how many people alligator, but I feel like it's probably more common than.
Thank you for the resub, Scratch. We just fixed Derpy. She was hovering a bit there. But thank you for 16 months. Very much appreciate it. That's like 1 1/3 years.
Have you ever eaten alligator?
Yes. I think it was deep fried though, so it just kind of all blends together.
Last time I had alligator, it was on like a tomato sauce. Pretty good. Been a while though. We're talking college. How long? I don't even want to think about it. Freaking Nolan probably just eats the alligator 3 times.
Which ones are these? I since I extended this, I need to make sure that these are.
No, and how often would you say
that
you
one?
eat alligator? Being of Floridian.
Whenever he catches one.
Yeah, he just clubs him in his backyard. Drags him.
Again, if it's deep fried, everything kind of tastes the same.
I hate deep things if I can avoid it. Like mostly. I mean, I like fried chicken, of course I do. But I would just prefer baked. Mostly. Baked or pan fried. side of right. I think one of the weirdest things about going down to Florida for me, just seeing alligators dead by the side of the road, just run over like a deer. Here's this creature you rarely ever see, like, is almost mythical if you grow up anywhere but Florida, and it's just like getting run over by automobile. It's a weird thing to see. It's like if I suddenly just like went to Idaho and there were just kangaroos everywhere. It's hit by cars. It's bizarre, you know? Especially for people in Idaho, or like, where all these kangaroos come from. Kangaroos are just that worked out.
They are pretty crazy.
They're very territorial, from my understanding. They will like try to chase people off, but a kangaroo versus a person's gonna win. Like, they can get you with those feet. It was a thing back in the day of like John mustaches, what people brings with kind of. Oh, you shouldn't do that to a kangaroo. That ain't nice. Kangaroos don't seem particular. Begin with. They look like they could like stuff. Little hands that walk. They end up right. I can see intelligent racing.
You can see them?
Well, I mean, in my mind, my imagination.
Would Fluttershy have her wings open or closed? I'm thinking closed.
I think she would be, yeah.
You'd be, yeah, okay.
They'd be closed.
Looks better open, but floor-wise closed.
Well, right. You wouldn't have them open. If
Yeah, look at she's
slightly-
scoured. Oh, actually, this is the wrong Fluttershy.
I get to figure out if the clothes work.
I did test a few of them.
I think
but
the
I would
hats
call
might
them
be
like
goo.
a half test. Well, her hat's not going to be on here.
The hats might be goo on
She doesn't have a hat.
rarity. Maybe one other.
Technically, they probably in all these shots wouldn't be wearing the same clothes. In the actual book, like Rarity is pretty often wearing different clothes.
Oh yeah, she's pretty.
All right, that one's been murdered. Oh, she's all happy. Yes, I'm going the world blow up. Yay. Nobody could hurt anybody anymore because everybody got hurt too much.
I'm all exploded.
I did figure out some
Okay, the shoes gotta attach to the hood. They can't attach the whole.
but they are attached.
They're not wearing them.
That looks right.
That is not right.
I think they're correct.
They are upside down, sir.
No, they're
Dang,
fine.
wrong. They will zero in. Gotta attach them to the right bone.
They are attached to the right bone.
You attach them to the whole thing.
Yeah, they're attached to Fluttershy's equivalent bone. Left front leg, or right front leg. Ball. 0.
Shoes didn't go on right.
Mm-mm. They
What did you
are
do?
they are
Choose-
very horribly wrong because they are.
I know they can go on right if you do them right.
I did. I bone merged it and zeroed it.
Put it on her whole person.
It is. I locked her whole body to the shoes.
Oh, that was wrong.
Okay, how would I lock it?
Let's start over on the shoes.
Okay, so unlock, right? All right, they're not locked anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Attach just the root of the shoe.
This one?
Yeah,
Just this.
to the root of the body.
Well, for one, I have to put these back to default. Okay.
Now zero it.
The road transform?
Yeah. What did you do? I think you... Oh, there they are.
No, they're off by 90. But their actual locks to the feet are completely and horribly wrong.
Got it.
And actually, I bet you all the other bones are also wrong, but they don't matter because there's nothing attached to them.
Yeah.
Which is why it's a little confusing why you have any of the other bone structure there. Like, why do I need to lock this to her pelvis or chest 1? If it's just the shoes,
I was really sick when I...
the only bones you should need are left foot, left ball, right ball,
I can
because
clean it
there's
up.
no others. But yeah, it also includes all of her face bones.
Yeah.
None of her face flexes, just the bones.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know what it was. I bet you I might know what has caused it. Okay, there we go.
Yay.
So what was broken is that there's all these other, for some reason, there's a shoe bone and her foot bone, and they're the exact same thing.
Okay.
Doesn't make any sense. You don't need those, or really anything in this group. But because of that, when I zeroed it, those weren't locked to anything, so they got zeroed, which means they just got thrown to actual zero values, not locked zero values.
Mm.
That was why it's wrong, but from a merging perspective, that is still very much not right.
Well, I will fix it.
For merging, you should be able to just put it there, hit 0, and you're good. Everything else. I think that's normal.
Yeah, I think you can only expect...
Well, I think that's just part of the original, that it breaks like that. That's not right, but that's probably not a you thing. Or maybe it is a you thing.
Let's just blame me. I was very ill when I did this. I was up in the room just dying. I'm like, put a clothes on horse. Clothes on horse. No, you never told me how often you eat alligator. Man. Finding out.
Yep, the original.
Not my fault.
You're like, don't know if my fault. Oh yeah, definitely not my fault.
Heck yeah.
Yay, explosions.
Yay.
Yay.
Look, a Slimer. I love him. So big. How's everybody's weekend going so far? Now that it's just started. Your plans. You all gonna go like start riots? It'll be fun. Make sure you dress warm. It's a little chilly out there.
Did I do that?
A little bit.
Like Rarity says, you're the best of us.
Yes,
And that's why
and her like is that 1,000-yard stare in her eyes.
it was her thought that everybody in the world couldn't be that horrible.
But she believed that if they all just used her healing spell, then nobody would be able to kill anybody, and they would all just stop fighting because it was pointless. And she was horribly naive. That's why, like, you're the best of us.
Flaherty?
Flaherty was like, you're better than any of us. But my God, what have you done?
Yeah, well, she said, yeah, you have to live because you're the best of us. Even though she was the one that basically caused it. It was not her hatred or her malice. It was other people utilizing her gift in that way.
They basically took her gift and twisted it. But she had given them to create incredibly powerful weapons. And it's not like Equestria didn't use the same thing to...
Yeah. It's one of those things of, like, America does it all the time too. Like, you can't do that. You guys do it all the time. But that's different. You can't do it. We can do it because we know how to do it responsibly.
No.
Somebody needs to be the daddy in the room.
Yeah. Well, we create these super weapons thinking nobody else would do.
Yeah, and then we spend tens of years, like nearly a decade, just blowing them up constantly. And then suddenly we go, oh, well, we learned and took advantage of that enough. None of you else can do that, though. Well, but you gained a huge technological advantage from being able to do all that testing. Yeah, but you can't do that now. We have satellites that can watch you now. We can do that. We know if you boom, boom.
So in the case of nuclear weapons, one of the things we learned is it was destroying the planet.
Yes, and then we continue to do it for quite a bit longer still. And so we're like, wow, this is definitely doing some damage. But the positive outweighs the negative, at least for right now, is until public outcry, or mainly until there was no threat to necessitate it, or no threat.
Okay.
This is Fluttershy. And she's like, oh no, what I do? And then this Fluttershy when she needs to go to the bathroom.
Well, she's already outside. Nobody's around. But he's dead.
She's like, oh no.
I'm just imagining everyone in the world dies, and Fluttershy is like, finally.
It's just animals.
She just lets out a big fart. Like, I've been holding that in. I just needed everybody to be gone.
Okay. So, I gotta close her wings again. I gotta know how to have her react here.
That was very active, and then game.
I have nothing to say. Because like
getting it out.
Her tail's gonna be kind of a bitch because it's so long, but there's no way to really make it go straight out. Like the wind and stuff. Her tail makes absolutely no sense. Like it doesn't just go to like here. She just drags it in the dirt everywhere.
She does. It makes sense that it's disgusting.
It is absolutely disgusting, but yet it is always immaculate.
You know, she takes care.
How? And like when she stops as droopy, when she's walking, you would think this thing would just be this long trail, just like a bride with her veil.
It's like 30 pounds of hair.
Yeah, for it to be that thick, unless she's using some like crazy conditioner.
I mean, it was a picture of Fluttershy that said more butt to balance the head. That included the tail.
I'm thinking that Fluttershy only has lots of hair because she just doesn't give a shit about hygiene. She's got to be the smelliest horse.
I mean, it makes sense that she would definitely smell. She's around animals all day. There's no way you don't smell. Like a zookeeper smells, I assume.
No,
No,
yeah, she would smell like all the time.
I mean the zoo is in her house, though,
Oh,
so
no.
it's
Sucks.
it sucks. I'm trying to touch butterfly.
Yeah, they all want. They want her butt.
One more butt.
Well, they went away now. Maybe
Touch
they
the
don't want the butt.
butterflies.
Touch the butt. No, so I need to have like the wind get like pull her mane back, and that's not difficult. But it's, do I have her brace? Do I have her churn in some way? I feel like I should have her brace. So first, should I do a default position? Let's see here. First, there's a lot of bones I don't need to see here. I don't need the face.
Fluttershy is awfully cute in her outfit.
Because it still shows the butt.
Yeah. Horses would struggle with pants.
Oh, that's easier. Okay.
They're very proud of their cute. If you had a magical tattoo, would you want to cover that up?
If I were to say that if you had a magical tramp stamp, would you
Yeah.
want to cover it up?
Hell no. Want that?
It depends on what it is.
It'd be part of my personality.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be like,
What if it's a big dick?
oh, well then, revealing a lot about myself, isn't it?
Then probably not.
Well, that depends. Maybe I'm like, see, ladies.
What if it was just two girls kissing? And that was literally just stamped on you, and you're like, hey, do you want to go out? Look what my tramp stamp is. And they'd be like, oh, he's into weird shit. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Is that a woman making out with a kangaroo? It is. Well, let's go on a date.
Why does your tattoo say stranger danger?
Actually, that would be a good one. Sounds like fun. Stranger danger. They call me Stranger Danger.
That's a horrible superhero name. I am Captain Stranger Danger.
Stranger Danger, away! Yes, please. Please away.
Away! And he just starts watching from around the corner. Just pretend I don't exist.
The villains. Stranger Danger. Stranger Danger. I need an adult. I am an adult.
In most like superhero bits, you know, it's like yelling Superman, I need help. If you start yelling stranger danger,
Stranger Danger,
like everybody's gonna just back away. Like, I don't want to be associated.
Great superhero. I'm glad I'm not allowed to get sick ever again. I agree. I'm fine until I have to like talk. And then it's just like right out. Yeah, weirdly.
It's a war injury from Nam.
Fluttershy it has been on the battlefield. These ones. Really, it's only her core. Fluttershy and Rainbow Dash, I think, are the only main. Actually, Fluttershy is part of the medical core, and Rainbow Dash is part of the
like I've finished rereading all the orbs again. Just so and there's a couple things I definitely need to maybe not change but modify my plan forward, especially on like the rarity soul splitting thing. And they had Rainbow and they're talking to Luna about the SPP and they're like, so you've decided to actually do something with the ministry now. Like, yeah.
It was something besides just espionage. It was actually, but the whole idea of the SPP was to free up more Pegasi for the war effort.
Well, and I think she generally had, all the other ones had huge staff. Yeah. I don't think Rainbow's ever had a huge staff.
Well, kinda, in that all the Pegasus fighting for Equestria were part of her ministry.
So she had 1/3 of the population of Equestria.
More or less.
She had the fighting side of there.
The elites. The Pegasi who were fighting in the war.
Scoot stole that cookie.
She did. I saw that school.
Well, you didn't say nothing,
she's
so she just got it.
Have cookies.
No, she's not.
These are her cookies.
She's got the horse diabetes.
She needs to feed all of her friends. The others. Different Scootaloo every time. Army Scootaloo. Maybe just have that one. Keep trying to eat it. Get in the way.
She'll figure it out one day.
You know? Rarity was in the book. She was the first one to get a hold of what is essentially the Necronomicon, or as they refer to it as
the Black Book.
And in it, she learned how to make soul stones. And in finding out how to make soul stones, she learned that the soul is basically a limitless resource. You can keep cutting it over and over and over again, and it'll never get weaker, and it'll never run out. And you can, if you place it into something, it becomes invulnerable, and it can have certain enchantment.
To me, the soul is something that persists after death, and so what happens?
They do explain it. Basically, she can't kill every soul stone.
But you can't.
Only a necromancer can, who understands the Black Book.
But then she also decided to split it into 43 pieces.
Yes.
Of only which one continued on.
Yeah. No, she basically her soul was trapped in this world after she.
Because when Pip touches all the statues, she can feel some power from it. That is Rarity's soul imprinted with her friends. Like whatever.
Yeah. Snips and Snails managed to enchant each statue.
Snips did. Snails just brought the statues.
Yeah.
Snips did everything.
The statues. No, they said Snips could cut souls like nobody else, but if you needed something done right, but you weren't in a hurry to get it done, like you were more concerned about it being right than quick, that's when you asked Snails. Snails was better at it, but much slower. But you knew if you asked him, it would get done properly, no matter how. They both were very useful.
I don't think they would want slow in terms of the soul cutting, considering that, like Snip said, will it hurt? This will redefine torture.
Yes, but Snails was very good at cutting Snips was very good at cutting because Snips.
Yeah, his whole job was doing castrations.
Yes. There's your idea for a skit.
No.
Like, how'd you get your GD mark? Walks in.
So you're saying the whole soul swapping thing I did years ago in an RP is viable in FOE? Well, FOE came out well before your RP thing, probably. FOE came out in like 2013. So, and that's been in that lore for a very long time. It always bothered me on how in FOE sometimes the book was the big bad MacGuffin of huge importance, and other times they're like, oh, it's just some book. Well, some people would know what it is, but I think there's a lot of things in that story that are hella important, and it is just one of those hella important things. But because it is not the top important one, it does sometimes get overshadowed by some of the other super important things. Because like the whole Vats and the Alicorn thing is of equal importance in many ways. It just depends on which part of the story you're in.
The book was a tool that tended to corrupt those who dug too deep. And it is fair to say that Rarity dug too deep, which is why her soul is essentially kind of...
Well, she did it because she wanted to ensure that because she knew that everybody together was what made things worked and made things harmonious and successful. And so by giving all of the friends a full group of them, she was hoping that would help everything going forward by giving them kind of a piece of each other's soul in a way.
Yeah, in a way, she initially thought it could be used as armor, but when they attempted it, we learned pretty quick that once the soul is attached to the armor, the armor became rigid. Basically, couldn't undo clasps, couldn't stretch it out. You could maybe make a shield out of it, but it was that worth like tearing off a piece of your soul. It was, in the end, the only thing useful she made from it was statue.
Well, no, there would be use like barriers, structures. Like if you could make bricks out of pieces of souls.
Yeah, be incredibly painful.
Oh yeah, like this house is made of billions of cuts of me.
Yes. Like Rarity sacrificed more than anyone else. You might have not realized the extent to which she was sacrificing.
I'm pretty sure she knew that by splitting her soul, that something like that was going to be a thing. I don't think she was thinking that would be an issue she was going to have to deal with in any short amount of time. She was up there in age. Gotta respect her.
They were all in like their 40s.
No, they were like 50s, I believe.
They weren't.
No, because they were like, they talk about them being aging, like visibly aging, and at like in their.
I'm only now approaching my 40s. Look at me.
Getting into their twilight years, which to me is probably talking 50s.
No, because freaking at that time, I mean, if you go through all the books, Fluttershy got pregnant, and so did Twilight.
Yeah, you can get pregnant as you get older.
Yeah, but not Twilight years.
I'm pretty sure they were getting. If they were 40s, they were 49.
They were like in late 30s, early 40s.
Well, for one, they're horses.
Yes.
Horses can't live that long. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Applejack got
unless you're the
pregnant,
CMC and apparently
book.
you stay kids for 10 years.
They were in their late 30s.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Big Macintosh was an active soldier in the war. He was older than Applejack.
He was a leader.
He was a sergeant in the battlefield.
Yeah.
He wasn't in his 50s.
He was just very spry.
I mean, Apple Bloom and Scootaloos, they were all in their 20s.
And Scootaloos?
Yeah,
How many Scootaloos is there?
Many Scootaloos.
Do you want me to show them your...
You can do whatever you want. I'm not stopping you.
Michael decided to try to see how many Scootaloos he could make with his AI thing. And so he got, this one's not bad.
Yeah,
I don't know what she's saying. I think she's like swearing.
She's cursing.
She's like, fuck you. And they're both exact same face.
Yes. One of the wings are messed up.
But then you get ones like this.
Look at all those Scootaloos.
Like, Michael, what is this?
It's many much Scootaloos.
Like, some of them are just becoming other Scootaloos.
There's double
like,
Scootaloo.
What is this, Michael?
What? There's as much. There's a
what is this eye?
I don't know. It's Scootaloos.
Look at this eye. What is this? It's just like a magical eye.
That one.
You just like this
Look
is
at
so
those
many
Scootaloos. Smooching Scootaloos.
And I was looking in details. The ears are exactly the same.
Yeah.
Like, just these two are essentially the same.
Mm-hmm. There's so much Scootaloo.
There's a lot of Scootaloos. Look at these two.
Yeah. They have the exact same face, yes.
And they're like way too light. This is like an Animorphs transformation or something.
Becoming extra Scootaloo.
Yeah, straight to Lou jail. And if I remember right,
Straight to Lou jail.
you weren't even asking it to do smooches.
Apples,
Yeah.
apples, apples.
Definitely not.
Apples, apples.
Voice impression for Michael straight to Lou jail.
Straight to Lou jail. I don't want to go to Lou jail. Straight to Lou jail with you. All those Scootaloos they wanted to kiss. They clearly. Yeah. No, I don't use. I don't have a local AI thing. I like seeing what the technology is capable.
You just want horse.
You know, it's also kind of neat.
Want the horse.
You want a ghost fact? Ghost facts, just like Scootaloos, like smooching. So if you feel a breeze in the middle of the night, it's a ghost smooch. So yeah, ghosts are creeps. That's your ghost fact. Ghosts are creeps. That's why they're creepy. Comes from. Yeah. Ghost like smooching in the middle of the night. Got it. You ever seen the movie Ghost? Be all you need to know. Green socks. No, something if you're curious, I think that's Adam Miles called Green socks. So like tweaked it a little
To do more smooches?
bit, just to get better results.
Or smooches?
If they did that, then their faces wouldn't be melted together. I wanted to see AI models aren't great at doing multiple characters, and I think I counted 14 Scootaloos in that one picture.
Well, it does okay with multiples if they're all the same.
No, they start to get goofy. The question remains, how many Scootaloos are too many Scootaloos? You guys would say there's no such thing.
I know, and it's funny because you say that, but you're the one specifically
Mhm.
that has always said there's no such thing as too many derpies, and then you're asking people the same question.
Yes.
And when you give the same answer, you're like, no.
It's like I have to prove that there is a limit on.
It's like, is there a limit on the amount of numbers in the number system?
Too many numbers. There's got to be a stopping point. 2 is too many. That's too many Scootaloos? You don't want 2 Scootaloos? I think the conversation came up because our friend had like 4 of the same Scootaloo plush. He's buying other plushies just so that he can have more Scootaloo. It's fun to say Scootaloo. Now that flutter hole. Don't let Scootaloo near the miracle. No, that would be a great episode. Like how they casually brought the mirror pool up again, though. Where Maud was just hanging out. And she just drops a boulder in. Oh no.
It's for a kink.
Yeah. Boulders?
Did she say that?
No. Just
I could see her saying that.
She looked at the two boulders, like. Infinite army,
Rocks?
I guess. Infinite souls. Mirror pool just soul cuts. I did also like the reference back to the mirror pool when they casually ran into a pink lion. Well, I thought she had murdered them all, but one escaped.
It was living its best life.
Mm-hmm. I like the idea of one, like, escaping, starting a family, having a life. Like, and then 15 years down the road, Twilight's like, oh, I must have missed one. Zap. There you go. Twilight murder. Hey, how would I be for a skin?
Does she zap all the pinkies?
Yeah, she zapped them all and
Have them all explode and like blood would be pretty funny.
They did it. They would blow up and just like pop. It's kind of messed up.
No, I don't, again, that's probably a better one done in 2D.
Saying.
No, because you know how much time it would take to animate lots of pinkies? Pinkies are already
You
the
animate
hardest
the
to
one
animate.
pinky who got away, and then like you see the passing of their life and having kids.
That sounds like a ton of work.
Like the little clips.
Yeah, all of those are complete scene builds and everything.
And then Twilight just being like, oh, miss one, zap.
But no, you would have to set it up.
Years have passed.
You have to set it up as showing all the other ones being killed and her being the last one. You would ensuring that everybody knows it's even Mirror Pinky, which means you have like 10 seconds of setup before you even go into like 10 or 15 seconds of potential, no, probably more than that, of some emotional history.
Yeah, but
before doing the zap, you're talking like a 40 or 50 second short.
Yeah, but you would set it all to like Wonder Year. Be great.
You know, it would be way too long.
Yeah. But I said the dolphin one would be easy. Just have her walk into the house, and the dolphins could be on the bed, like giving her dolphin, like give the dolphins.
Giving her dolphin?
Well, no, you give her.
What does that mean, Michael? What does giving dolphin mean?
You give the dolphins eyebrows so they can like wiggle them at Sea Swirl, and then she walks into the room and magic happens. She gets her.
No, I'm not doing no dolphin sex.
I didn't say do dolphin sex. I just said
you are
lead up to it.
You are,
and
saying
then
that.
It cuts to her just being like, and that's how I got my cutie mark. As in front of children, she's telling this story to children. And another idea. I forgot what it was. That's not the tree idea. Tuba fades. And we have a short of Derpy playing on the train tracks. Oh, and
playing on the train tracks. See, that's a creative way to do something to Derpy.
Oh, it would be nice to Derpy. An idea.
I'm always nice to Derpy.
No.
I'm always nice because I could always be much worse.
I'm not sure how. You set her on fire quite a lot.
I know. I could have, like, done green fire. It's what worse, right?
I mean, just turns her into a ghoul.
little bit of wobble here. I want to make sure I got this fully locked in before losing my undo. There.
Oh, it was the fish idea. Oh, it said that better.
The what?
The farming of the or the catching of sea poke.
Yeah. There's just some that if you're already modifying a scene that happened in the show, it's better just to use the scene from the show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have to redo the whole scene, and that's not as good. There we go. Fun save. I don't know about a short of Derpy playing on the train tracks. How would you do a short of Derpy playing on the train tracks? I did have a thing about Derpy and trains for a while there.
Oh, Derpy train. Do a train of Derpies. There's an idea. Oh, I had an idea. You could have a whole thing where somebody comes across the pony and takes care of the pony and loves the pony and raises the pony. And then the person who did that could look at the camera and be like, this will never be you. And it'll just cut. One will be sad.
Remember, yeah, Nightly short.
Stupid.
No, he's like tap, tap, tap. Oh my
Yes, I did so mean.
0 out of 10.
He made that to hurt
Stupid horse.
He knew what he was doing. He's like, Michael, I hate this.
I loved 0 out of 10. Stupid horse.
Oh.
Hello, Jelly. Just stopping by to say hi. Well, hi.
You want to animate dolphins and ponies. Smooch. Jelly. Thought you should. He used to like dolphins. He even had a friend called Dolphin.
I had somebody, at least one person, I think maybe a second, ask about the dolphin at BabsCon. I was like, nah, I stopped with dolphin.
Yeah, carrying him around all the time.
It's also just, there's only so long you can run a joke like that for it to still be funny. And it felt like I could keep pushing it, but it just was kind of off the peak on it, and I just didn't care enough. And also, traveling with that dolphin, it would be half my bag. And nowadays, with trying to bring the cameras and other stuff, it's just, it's just not possible.
Derpy, don't play on. Here. Oh, she's so cute. They're like, I want cool horses. Like, no, like a ton of other places you could be seen. The train tracks are probably not the best. Bye bye. Bye, Ledge Jelly.
Anyways, bye-bye, Jelly. Yes. Everyone.
I need another. Oh, I get great ideas for you. Chat, you need to start throwing ideas. Just start like randomly chucking ideas at Argo here. Maybe one will be so funny he'll lose his shit, and like Dodo will squirt out of his nose, and then I'll have no choice.
Where did Nightly post his
Why?
chat?
His
Or his
video
thing?
on his channel. Probably.
There
There
it
it
is.
is. Why are you playing this? This is a bad video. Mean.
Out of 10. Dumbest horse.
Rude.
I love it. How do you want for that? Yes, it was good.
Rude and mean.
Nightly made that one for Anthology, if you
He did.
were not aware. That's why I think it's kind of like interesting. Most of my stuff stands out quite a bit for Anthology because 3D and stuff. I don't think there's anybody else that does. And Minty, but Minty's very different 3D.
There's always somebody pops up.
But I mean, Nutrifin, I think, did stuff one year. I think I'm the only SFM person. I think I'm the only 3D person.
You're the only consistent.
Yeah. So, but like anybody that does the 2D stuff.
I mean, there's
Doesn't-
Adam.
Oh yeah.
You can get it, like the guy we live with.
Did he do anything for the last one?
I don't know.
I think he did
so.
one.
I think he always tries to do at least one because he wants part of the like group. I'm tempted. I just don't know when I do it. I'm setting aside time for Monday. Monday is now my project time until further notice. I want to start working on stuff, but I need a day set aside for project stuff. I mean, you set 2 days a week aside.
Mm-hmm.
It really seems like the only way to do it. But I don't think I could do it.
No, I put them in here.
You looking for it?
Oh, there they are. I need a spaceship.
Spaceship? On the railroad track? You look like you fly in spaceship. Yeah, well, spaceship. These from that game you used to play?
Yeah. They're my ports. They're actually good ports. They work for in games, not just inside Gary's mod.
Wow.
No, like the whole hitboxes were custom done, materials. I didn't model it. That was done by the game company.
Top 10 reasons ponies are stupid. Jake can sprinkle them through Anthology. Oh, you're saying 10
You're gonna be
skits?
like, Jay, I made 7 shorts for Anthology. He's gonna be like, great, and they're all just like stupid Fox shorts.
Yes.
He's gonna be like,
Why are you using this for revenge? Had to get back at Miley for making us sick. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go clear my throat. You want
If you want to give me another orange one, I like those. It's funny when looking through with these armors. I know that like this one's trash. This one's mostly trash. This one's actually decent. This is trash. And this is one everybody uses. Like, I just well, those are work in progress ones. I don't know if this one was ever finished. They have, do they the one I always used? Or do they, me? I used that one for a little bit, but mainly it was, I used that one for a very long time. The main one that, though, isn't on here. It's, well, that one actually is really cool, but super rare. No, there's a specific one I used, but it was only because it was high defense. That other one didn't have high defense. Okay, how about Celestia does a top 10 reasons ponies are stupid. Then Jake can sprinkle them out through anthology. Each one is about 20 seconds long. Oh, if there's 10 of them, that would be like a couple minutes. That sounds like a lot of work. If that's what you're saying. There we go. I do think it'd be kind of funny to play off of the whole thing of Jay having top 10, but the top 10, I wouldn't say that Jay owns it. Anthology is kind of owned by a lot of people. He's just the face of it. Like for a while, to just try to keep it to where no one person within the group was trying to take advantage of like a big thing coming out on their channel. They used to be on, I think, Zephyr Star's YouTube, but then he kind of disappeared and they needed somebody that was going to host it that was within the group, and so Jay ended up taking it over. But Jay's only managed it for the last couple. Kind of like
he's been involved since one.
He's been involved since one. I don't think he was a coordinator for 4. I think he's been
the first guy who started it only did like the first 2. And then
no, Dr. Dinosaur was all the way up through. He was there all the way up through 5.
He was there, but I don't know if he was.
I don't think he coordinated the last one. I think he left after a couple. And then somebody else took over. I think Jay was for maybe 4 and 5, but I think maybe just 5. He didn't do 7. He didn't do 6. No, he didn't do 7.
He did 6. He did do 7, but only because he kind of had to take it from the person.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought that person did do it. Yeah. Somebody else started it. It got started. Everything was going to go. It was announced, and then they backed out.
They couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the workload.
Yeah. So Jay's kind of handled this since then. But in terms of coordination, it's basically just making sure people are doing what they need to do, which for many years has been very informal. He's actually
6 was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, 6 was. It had this super sad finale and everything on it.
Yeah, it did.
And then then it came back.
It came back.
But it's fine that it came back.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I'm happy for it. I like horse, so.
But yeah, Jay does a lot of shorts for it. I think for the last 8 dot whatever, he did like 20 something shorts for it, and he'll also manage or create a lot of the intro or intermission bits. I think he's made the intermission for the next one, though he's trying to find somebody to make a different thing. but he does make sure people do the things that they need to do, have the information they need to do, talks with people on stuff. He also is the one at the conventions that does all the hype building and all that stuff.
It's pretty much his point.
Kinda. I think most people would say it's his, but I still think that it is a collaborative project that he just is the one that compiles.
Yeah.
He's the most important person within the group, but without everybody else, he has nothing.
Happen. And he still does the top 25 every year, but
it's only because it's an excuse to drink a lot of booze and
it is,
stuff.
and I have some. I've told him as much. Like, I wish he would go back to having a community vote for the top 25. Not everything's going to be what he likes. That's why he stopped doing it, because he felt like people weren't voting and stuff. Which, I mean, I feel that way too. About a lot of things.
I can kind of agree, and it's my biggest problem I've always had with like those top whatevers.
Mm-hmm.
This is not about quality; it's about popularity. And if like I'll almost be on the top 10s anytime I make something because I just have a big enough following for how much stuff is put out nowadays that it's just more people are going to see my stuff on average than they're going to see somebody that just put out something new. When it comes to votes, but which generally ended up being that it was still high quality stuff that popped up on the high votes. But nowadays, it still just ends up being most the older people.
True with any media. I mean,
yeah,
this year.
But that's why Jay kind of controls it a bit because he doesn't care.
Yeah, this year, the #1 box office movie is probably going to be the Minecraft movie. And then you realize movies like Shawshank Redemption bombed in the box offices when it came out. A lot of really good films did. That's just the way media works. We have to accept that our garbage is what's gonna get big interest. Look at her go, she's having so much fun. She's like, zoom zoom. A little horse playing. Yay. Home. Having so much fun. You can put her in a little Wonder Ball outfit, that'd be cute. Hey. Her little train hat. No. No.
It's the old one.
Give her a little train hat. Don't need a train.
She's on train tracks.
I mean, there has to be a train. These tracks haven't been used in years.
Use?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But you don't need it. You heard a good thing about the Thunderbolts movie? I want Thunderbolts.
Yeah, I've heard that it's a little bit of a throwback to when Marvel was a little bit better on stuff, and also it's embracing I've heard it embraces weird a little bit more, where Marvel is trying to been doing more serious and action, where DC probably the only things that they've actually been successful on in the last few years has been on embracing weird.
I had a thought and lost it. Yeah, no. I enjoy the Marvel movies. I've kind of fallen off in the newest ones. Yeah. Thunderbolts, is that a new Marvel film then?
Yeah. It has Winter Soldier and I think like that one other assassin lady that was from Black Widow. It's a bunch of like the B team essentially, but they're kind of it's kind of like Suicide Squad. It's essentially Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but Marvel's version.
Yeah. Like what was that one Soviet like equivalent of Captain America?
It's Captain Soviet.
Yeah,
I don't remember his exact name. It's Captain Soviet Union.
Captain Soviet Union.
I remember he's big. He's funny. I liked him. He's supposed to be he took the soldier serum just like Captain America did, but he just kind of let himself go.
Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna go see it in theaters or anything. If it's in theaters, I don't care enough on that.
Red Guardian one.
Yeah, I think it was something like that, right? Red Guardian.
Rasputin, lover of the Russian. Rasputin.
Like a smoke.
I don't know if there's any real movies I want to go out of my way to watch. I just want to go back to that one movie theater that has the good burgers.
No, yeah, I checked recently. They don't really have anything on show right now.
Yeah. Those 20s.
Wanted to open the sound library. In the model library.
Jules. Get off the train tracks. Hope she'll be okay.
Where's just a train noise?
Yeah, we're looking at train noises.
Pass.
So Half-Life 3 is coming out sooner. Sorry, yes.
That'll work. Oh, but I can't decrease volume on these. Let's do it
Chat.
this way.
Tell me Half-Life 3 is coming out this summer. I need to believe it's true.
I
It's
saw
all
the
months
title of an
away.
article without reading it. That sounded like it.
Yeah. Well, I still say he's probably gonna, even though it might be a bad thing, or I still see him dropping it, like without much announcement. I don't believe you. Not again. It's happening, Nolan.
There's something saying somewhere that there was talk that they're currently in playtesting, but they also are playtesting another game with Deadlock or whatever, and that means that they were basically developing two kind of games at once, which also seems not Valve.
Yeah, but I can't help but wonder if Deadlock is just there to act as a cover for Half-Life 3.
See, now you're just coming up with excuses to make it believable.
Well, Valve does weird crap. I need this game to come out. I've been waiting for it for so long. My favorite new comic just started making new pages. So Australia's gonna start up anytime soon. I can feel it. And Half-Life 3's coming. It's gonna be my year. Stuff's going on. They're gonna bring back like all the stuff I love, kid. Like those Disney popsicle.
Turtle cakes.
Turtle pies, yeah. These are turtle vanilla pudding pies. It's all coming back. Okay, I'm gonna look at my phone right now and I'm gonna look up Ninja Pudding Pies and I'm gonna be like, they're coming back. Because I need to. Ninja Turtle.
Turtle pudding pops.
Pies. What? Wait.
You've said that so many times before.
What is this? Wait. What am I looking at? Explain this to me. It's $35.
Oh, bunga pies, vanilla pudding powder.
Power, yeah, and cowabunga pies. Wait,
Don't buy into this, Michael.
the cashew butter made to taste like the vanilla pudding powder pies. I feel like I need to buy this. What am I looking at? I didn't think I'd find anything. It was a joke. Why does this exist? Tasty, and what it reminds me, like I'm reading the reviews and everybody's giving it 5 stars. Like I searched with my grandpa high and low for turtle pies. When they first came out, we would literally look everywhere, but we could never find them. I finally got to try this version of the pies. Okay, I'm buying this. I'm buying like 3 of them.
Well, yeah, but nobody said that it tastes like it. Did somebody go, wow, it tastes just like the originals? And where are you buying it from?
I don't know. Someplace called Nutty Nostalgia. I'm buying 3. $39.
Michael.
This shouldn't exist. I need them.
It's just gonna be
I don't even
vanilla
know
powder.
what it is.
Why are you buying 3 of them then?
Because I might never get another chance. 3 is a magic number. $10% off your first purchase. Buy these pies things. What they are. Get things. Give me pies. I can print.
Wait, which video was it that you had Twilight off fighting a holy war, or am I remembering wrong?
Fighting a holy war? I like that idea.
I don't think so.
She was fighting, like there was the Full Metal Alchemist one.
Oh yeah, the Full Metal Alchemist one. That was just like a trailer. But that one took me. That was back when I was doing things like with a lot of time, and I think that one took like 3 months. But that was like nonstop. Okay. Hey, Michael.
You know.
Looky. What is he's playing?
No train.
No, she's fine. She's fine. There's no problems. There's nothing could happen.
Train gonna stop.
There's nothing. This is good.
Nobody would ever hit a cute innocent horse playing with little
No,
jets.
she's fine. See, there's no problem. She's fine.
Good. No. No. That's just death. You're evil.
She's fine.
Why would you do that? She has
She's
the
fine.
innocence of a child.
No, see, she's fine. Look.
What?
That's not a sound I wanted to hear. She got scraped off.
Stop hitting Derpy with a train.
Well, it's coming faster this time.
Have the train fall off the tracks. You derailed. No. You know you're a monster,
Michael.
right? I won't look you toward you, Derpy.
You're British. There. I'll crush Derpy with the train.
I gotta buy my pudding pies.
Derpy's looking her. No, Michael. Michael, this is what I like. Hold on. This is an inappropriate use of Big Derp. Watch this. Okay, so you see, is this coming? Coming? Like nobody needs to see this.
No. It's like should make her better.
Apples,
No one
apples,
wants you
apples.
to do train noises.
Train noises?
Hold on, here we go.
Apples,
Here we go.
apples.
You can.
No.
Michael, you do train noises.
Jojo, I'm gonna be nice to this horse. I'm gonna give this horse a nice back massage. Jojo, that's a train. Chugga chugga. Look at that cute. Look at that cute horse. We're gonna go and get boobs too. Oh, the boobs. This train, we gotta drive super slow so not to hurt the horse. Gotta go slow. Yep. No, don't wanna hurt this horsey. No, wait. You're a monster.
No, you're the train. Well, who did this, Michael?
I'm pretty sure. I can still.
Did you subscribe?
I need this button power.
Why'd you subscribe?
It's making me.
No, you don't have to.
Oh, I lost the page.
I need pudding power.
I need this.
Have you looked up if they're a scam?
About nothing but this. I don't care. I've never been scammed by anything, but I will be scammed by pudding power.
You've never been scammed.
That's a lie. I need this. I need this more than life itself.
But what are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. Make you eat it.
You tried to do that with. Remember your magical unicorn powder?
You can only pay by Shop Pay or Google Pay. I don't have either of those.
Or
Oh.
those have pull up your address and stuff too.
Card.
Yeah, which I'd rather not give random website my credit card information. I refuse on pages that I have to type in my number if it's not something as from a reputable page that I know has like decent security and hashes their crap or something.
I'm saying something. I'm busy putting all my information. Train's website so that I can get this put in power.
Who knows? Like I've seen before, like Nigerian prince sad that or in house with $10 trillion, sad that nobody would take his money. Though I 100% know that people have fallen for that. But there's just like if he's really out there. I have all my stuff on my password manager, so I don't have to pull out my card for stuff.
You know, I want to pay now. Cowabunga pie stuff.
Cowabunga pie.
Mm-hmm.
I just like pudding power.
Pudding power.
I need my pudding power. Oh, nice thing with the using the revamped is at least you get some of the extra depth in the hair. So the hairs are going to have, I needed to have some kind of a natural motion for while she's standing there. But the nice thing with this, if I can make her whole mane like fly backwards or something, I can just use that as a very minimal version of doing the mane in the wind. So, for this though, so when she goes back, she needs to step back, but I need her to at some point look back to like being forward, not quite this level. Probably like that. But I need to make sure her back leg stays where it is, because it can't slide forward. And I don't want to have her lift it again. So back right foot. Okay. Oh. Actually, this is...
One
That's
power.
fine. I'll do in.
See what I just ordered? Oh, it's good.
This is why you... Okay, Michael, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you order the stuff for your mother for Mother's Day?
Oh, shoot.
You did pudding power, but not the stuff that you said you definitely have to get ahead of time.
I need to do that tonight. After the stream.
You did the pudding power during stream.
That was very important. I got pudding power. So thank you, Michael. Thank you for your amazing purchase. Yes. And it's gonna get here, and we're gonna eat it, and we're gonna become Ninja Turtles. It'll be awesome.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
You don't have a choice.
The only part of that I want or would be nice at all is maybe teenage.
Yes.
That's about it. All the rest of it, nah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I could find horse pudding. Get that.
What were you gonna say?
Horsepower pudding. Don't you want some horse pudding? Horse pudding power? Horse pony power. That's what it is. Pudding pony power. There you go. Figured it out. Chat, do you want some pony pies? Doesn't that sound delicious? I can see it on his face. He thinks pudding pony pies sound delicious.
No, most okay, if pony pies are one thing, well, let's just
Pony power pies.
put the same thing to all the animals, right?
Yeah.
So we got pig pies, cow pies.
Power pony pies. See, that's Fluttershy just heard me say power pony pies. And that's the look on her face. Like, ugh. I don't set the world on fire.
But she did.
You did. I still lay most of the blame for the war on Celestia. Everyone made mistakes at some point or another, but the war would not have happened if it wasn't for Celestia, or at least it would not have escalated to the point that it's almost ironic that she's the one that survived. I mean, she survived in a very
She's dead.
No, her body is dead. Her soul and her mind remain. And you're more your soul than your body. Just didn't fall out of Equestria World. Her soul and mind were attached to the machine. She just lost her body.
She thought she could just jump into there, but nope, Dash disconnected it.
She did. She disconnected it from the weather system.
Would have been, I wouldn't say completely different, but very different if Celestia had gotten in.
Well, if she had been connected to the weather, she could have prevented the Enclave from ever closing off the sky. She could have helped
She probably would have helped
Equestria heal.
Well, she probably could have contained the radiation by
She could have done
using
a
winds
lot.
and stuff. Oh yeah.
It was a smart move. She was just unaware that Rainbow had disconnected the weather system.
She just decided that it was at that point that she wanted to get involved.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. My sister's dead. Equestria's in flames.
I know, but not then she's like, okay, now I'll try to do something.
Well, she did try to do something before, and that's when Big Macintosh was killed. She tried to.
I mean,
oversee a
after
peace envoy.
Yeah, but that's where the going gets tough, and she gave up.
She gave it to her sister, and then she didn't want to take the responsibility from her sister because she didn't want to hurt her sister's feelings. It was kind of, I don't know. She made a lot of mistakes. I put most of the blame on her. She had the ability to keep it from
Michael,
happening.
you're blaming cute mare.
I know.
Well, she's not cute. She doesn't have a booper.
It's just big and flat. And I basically always imagine Celestia.
But if she was on a screen, you're booping. It's no different than you can do at home.
I told you, if I was to pick somebody to play Celestia's voice, it would be Tim Curry. I've said this before, and I'll say it 1,000 times. She has the energy of Dr. Frankenstein, or what, Frankenfurter, from freaking Rocky Horror Picture Show. That's just how I imagine Celestia when she walks into a room. I doubt I'm the only one.
Just Celestia looking up and going, "Space!" There was this like glorious time in like the 2000s where you had 3D games, but they just did live action cutscenes. And it was some amazing things.
Freaking Tim Curry. Command and Conquer Red Alert 3 is when that happened. And yet they had Tim Curry and George Takei and a couple other like like B-ish actors. Like that's but just Tim Curry hamming it up. Like George Takei came into his role and took it super serious. Tim Curry was just like, let's have this is ridiculous. And he was fantastic. The best part of that whole spice scene is you can tell he's on the verge of
Apples,
losing
apples,
shit.
Like trying not to laugh.
Like trying not to
Apples,
laugh.
apples.
He's got this stupid shit-eating grin on his face, like he knows he's just being a little dick.
You know their voice impression.
Spice.
I want to find that one. That was Command and Conquer.
Yeah. Space. There he is.
Rain.
You can see he's trying not to laugh. There's like, you see on his face, he's trying real hard not to laugh.
I just love the
Like, it's like, just like the whole build up. That is a wonderful man. Spice. Oh man, all the roles he did. That is what the internet remembers him for.
Because, like you said, he was trying to ham it up, and he hammed it up.
Just the build up where you can see him trying real hard not to laugh. He's like trying to pull it back in. He's
Well, I think that he was probably told in the script that he was trying to like to laugh it out to try to make it like haha space, but he kind of did it like a little differently.
No, they said he came in and did all of his lines in one day, and it was just it was a lot of fun. They had fun.
That's good. That's how you that's what actors should do, is have fun.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
I think we have a culture now where about the grind and everything possible. You just do the job so you can go home and have your fun, when jobs themselves should have opportunities for people to have fun and jobs people enjoy. I mean, there's definitely going to be jobs that people have to do that aren't going to be fun. But then they should be paid a lot more for it, just for doing that. But no. And being an actor, I feel like would not be a fun job. Like a lot of that stuff requires that you're often traveling, being away from potential family and friends. Oh, this whole thing is one mass. Oh no, that whole thing is pre-curved. I have to. If I just do like that.
Oh yeah, those shells fell off.
Yeah, they've been down probably for a while.
Yeah, they fell off the first time I tried to use them. I put them back up, and they fell right back off again. And I was like, I'm just gonna leave them here.
I know, you didn't say anything. You just kind of left them there.
Well, I didn't want you to be sad.
Well, yeah, so I'm trying to fix it.
They won't stay up.
Well, they just needed to be dry and cleaned. I think they just needed to be like fully... The surface and everything needed to be actual like clean, because I think there was probably soap scum and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The one I put up there is holding tight. I mean, like, I'm yanking on it and it wasn't coming off. So if it still comes off, then that's on you.
Yes. It would be my fault. I kept falling and you guys were like sleeping, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna leave them off.
Okay, that should work. Now,
if this wasn't a horrible explosion, this would be like a freaking shampoo. Your hair all blowing in the wind and stuff.
I had to do some weird bends because this tail had like a bone, and then a bone. Like this whole thing right here is one piece. It's kind of annoying. So I had to do it at a weird angle, and then if depending on the angle, I can probably just sneak it.
Does come to my attention that 3 of the 6 main characters between Fallout Equestria and Fallout Project Horizon all got pregnant. Come on, fanfiction writers. Twilight, why are we pregnant? That's fair. That was the one.
But it's Twilight. Why the fuck are we pregnant?
Yes. I have the explicit.
Because when we do the bad fanfic readings, one of the things I want to have with any of the ones we're reading is some kind of a zinger at the beginning or within the first couple whatever, so that the people listening can have some fun right off the bat. They know that it's gonna be a good story. And so many of them I was reading have funny endings, but it takes like half the story to have anything happen. And there's just the one that the very first phrase is Rainbow Dash saying, "Twilight, why the fuck are we pregnant?" And like, to me, that is a brilliant way to start a story for that. And that was the one we started as the very first book we read too. So the very first one we started reading was the one with the best zinger at the beginning. Keep people there.
Worked. As a packed room. And we thought it was going to be empty.
We've had the best room I've ever had from a packed perspective was, I think, the one that we did the poems for. Because we were in a smaller room, but we were at fire code. Like literally every seat was full. Every aisle was completely packed. There's people sitting up front. And I remember Saber Spark and AC wanted to come in, but they were turned away because we were too full. Like that was a packed room. I liked that. It's one thing if you have like a room for 1,000 and you get 800 people in there, but it's a different than when you have a room for 50 and you have 70.
You do bad fan fiction again, you gotta get John back on the bongos. Because he's gonna be joining us.
Last time I did the bongo was Cider Fest.
It's been a while.
2018 or something. So I maybe could.
Ago.
That was my guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could probably do that again. I know he's going to the next one, so.
Happy heat. They say they're gonna do it up this year for Cider Fest. I hope so.
Who said that?
Early.
They say that every year.
Yeah, but they took a whole like con off to really do it.
Well, being that before I was like, okay, they haven't really said anything. Is anything actually going to happen? And then when they did announce stuff, they announced 3 cons worth. Did they announce 4 actually? Did they do the next 2 Cider Fest or just the next one?
Oh, that's cool.
Oh no, it was in. I thought it was in here. Okay, yeah, it is in here.
I need one of those plushies.
Yeah, so they announced all the way up to 2026. So that's cool. That actually shows that they're doing a little bit of forward planning, even beyond now. I have hopes, high hopes because of that. Game show themed. Wholesale pitch goes live May 4th, so in a couple days. Registration will open soon too, which is also, well, I want to say that's actually, no, that is early. It used to be that you could get like hotels for the next con at the previous con, like they'd have the hotels open. That means they're back on that time scale, which I still would like things earlier, but when you look at other cons, I don't think that's too different nowadays. It's improved. And being able to know the convention's dates going to 2026, to me, that's really big. We had this year an issue because we were looking to do there's a Final Fantasy concert happening in November, and it is happening right at the normal Cider Fest times, and I didn't want to buy tickets because I don't know when the con's going to be. And so I missed out on getting like really good close tickets. But now at least we have the dates where we can actually go and buy tickets because it's not gonna match up.
No, and you're going to Cider Fest, right?
I also like the idea of Ren Fair.
I like Ren Fair too, but I like Ren Fairs. I like that it,
Look at rar.
I
I like the aesthetic of a Ren Fair because it usually means heavy cosplay. Though I love that this one's just cute, and I keep reading this as cute and crypto.
No.
Still
dragon.
I like how she's like cryptid, and it's like chupacabra, and then it's the same art with different clothing, but just the same thing because she's just sleepy and. But no, she has. Oh, okay, but you see the eye here.
Mm-hmm.
She's just very spooky. Actually, that is different art because the eye's in front with the ear to the side.
Yeah.
This one's the oh, it just was a little slight change. Okay,
it's like spots.
They did modify it. Yeah. So
none of mares in this con's mascot line.
Yeah, I'm happy that they've got that stuff out. I haven't actually watched it yet to hear if there's going to be potentially or other stuff, but I'll figure that out later. Okay, so tail. I want to do the tail base. And, we'll do them. Is no ears yet.
Nolan, you gotta come to Cider Fest, and then we're gonna play with pony plushies together, and then we're gonna make the pony plushie smooch, and then we're gonna giggle because the pony plushie smooch, and it's gonna be a good time. Argo's gonna join us. I can feel it. We'll also go tea. Doesn't know. Doesn't thank you. You just gotta be there.
I used to do really quick, short, funny, stupid stuff at the cons, but that was when Vine existed. Yeah, they have official dates now. It's November 21st through the 23rd. for this year.
Right before Thanksgiving.
Winnie City is June 5th through the 7th of next year, but then 2026 is June 5th through the 7th, and then they also have Cider Fest for 2026 dates as well.
Man, they really locked down those hotels.
That's, I kind of like that. You just can't actually sign up for the hotel rooms for like a year because the hotel won't let you book that far ahead of time. Hello, Rickham Knight. Hi from Russia. Well, hello, Russia.
Yes, hello.
How is it going, Rickham?
We're
doing Fought Equestria stuff.
Yes.
And I think, isn't it like normally most Russian bronies are into Fought Equestria? It tends to be that it's a crazy percentage. Actually, I don't know many bronies that aren't in some way. Look, she made a smiley face with her tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's something.
Ooh, this one would be a little rough for some of this. Wait, her cheeks don't need to be in here. Ooh, the tail is tail base in there? Good. Okay. I need these. I gotta figure out which ones. Tail base, hair base one, tail one, and then what is her mains one? Hair base one. Okay, no, that's right. Okay, yeah, okay, so I got it all right. Oh, I can't. I gotta be careful. This can't move it. Okay. Okay, and then tail two, hair two. We have a well-developed brony community in Russia. Rubrony Con will be held in September. Ah, nice. I don't know of any other September cons.
I'd heard there's some struggles in that department for cons, and glad to hear. But you got the cons going. Yay, horse.
Hair back one, and then it's hair three. Okay. So hair three. Clear it out, then boom. And then hair six. Nope, that's not right.
There's no, there's a lot of pony cons, and it's kind of crazy. Like, they all need their own horse con. Like, Brony Scott's coming back, which is, I think it was on like a hiatus for 5 years. At that point, you think a con's gone. the con runner was just like, you know what I miss? Let's do it. More horse.
It looks good. Is that like Michael? It's a little fast right now, but
very floopy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know the Russian brony community is probably one of the bigger ones out there. Surprisingly, I think it's the three biggest countries in my YouTube, if I remember right, were United States, Russia, and Brazil.
The Brazil bronies. That's a nice ring to it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that how Brazil actually has a very large.
It is a very large country. You don't think about it, but it is big.
Yeah, but still. Is off here. This should be copyable. I'm probably copying other things. Maybe that's why. And hair base. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's fine. I just was including something else that shouldn't have been included. All right.
Horse, take it home.
Goes to the bottom. And it definitely is not going to keep going this fast, but I'm keeping it this way because it just makes things a little easier. I will have to slow down the movement a little bit too. This gap needs to be closed to here. Actually, it needs to be closed to here. Makes it just easier. Yeah, that's a little bit closer. I've been subscribed to you since 2014. Oh wow, you're one of the oldies. Or 2015. Yeah, I feel like I'm the same way. Like that's 10 years ago. Once the DeviantArt you helped me figure out textures in SFM. Thank you so much for that. I would not remember. I have not touched DeviantArt, I think, since a year or two before COVID. DeviantArt was for making like pictures and stuff, and it was like I probably should put just all of my time into focusing on the animation side of things. There are many people out there that are way better at the like screenshot and pictures than me, so I just kind of said I'm not gonna do that anymore.
Katie Wolf's Twilight Secret Quest. Katie Wolf's Twilight Secret
I was driving me. That's a fun video thing of Katie Wolf's Twilight Quest.
Can't say I've seen that one. At least I don't remember if it. There's more pony stuff out all the time, and I used to watch it really. I still try to catch some of it. I do not watch every single pony video. For a while there, it was like a desert. Couldn't find pony stuff. And then it kind of exploded again. Weirdly.
Remember Jay's short?
Which one?
And then exploded. And then exploded again.
Yes. Was that Jay?
That was Jay. It's an anthology short for the next anthology he showed during the previews. It's Pinkie Pie in the bit where they're like going through the Everfree or whatever, and she keeps talking about, can somebody explode twice? And every time she says explode, she actually explodes, and then it just like ignores that she exploded. And like Spike says, can you explode twice? And Pinkie explodes twice. It's just, there's something about it that's just so stupidly funny. It is my favorite short.
The pony community just despite the fact that the show is over, the pony community is weirdly still growing.
Yeah, COVID had actually a lot to do with that. COVID ended up leading to a lot of new people popping in, and a bunch of them stayed.
Yeah.
Actually, how many people here are new from just COVID?
Like 2004, since you joined the van. I'm gonna go to that room.
Yeah, I've been doing this since early 2013, I think. Come for the plague, stay for the ponies. Thank you for the excellent content. I have to go. It's 4 a.m. I understood. I have to shift to the hospital tomorrow. Oh, well, good on you. I have a good stream and I have a good mood. I am in a good mood. We have a good board game we can keep it up. And yeah, I'm planning to keep making videos. Yeah, this one's a Ministry Mayor one. So this is just big bomb goes off in the background. It's for a video. But working on getting all the particles and stuff figured out. Particles in the mainly the hair right now. Okay, that looks decent. See if we can get this tail to look okay. Doing all but the very base one as like the delay, because when the tail goes up, it should be that these groups are pretty delayed first. This one's gonna be a little more interesting because of the giant mass that she has. Like we've had it brought up on panels before of which character do you hate animating the most, and it's always come down to Pinkie Pie is the worst to animate because a lot of energy has to move a lot more to try to capture that energy.
Capture Pinkie Pie.
But the most annoying to animate is Fluttershy. The hair is just super annoying, and every SFM panel I've been on, it's been a very consistent thing that Fluttershy is the worst to animate.
We will definitely have a good mood. Have fun at work. Yeah. Now, the Brony community is in a weird place where the show's gone. But we clearly want more. More horse. Make it faster. They're all that we have. I'm gonna kick his chair until he finishes the horse.
I will kick you back.
Get back into the horse mines. Make horse.
So when these first pop in, I'm going to delay this one by 1 frame, just to put it off a little bit from the rest. I'm also going to grab all of it, and I'm going to, let's tighten it up just a little bit. So this will make it so that, not only is it slightly off, on the other, compared to the other one, but it will also keep being slightly off. If anything, probably tighten. I don't want to tighten it much more than that, because my thought is the smaller hair is going to whip much faster, where the bigger hair is going to be a lot more slow. So that's fine. Now this one, so this one I'm going to do similar, but at the beginning I'm going to delay it by 1. Okay. And then we're going to go and let's keep that one the same. Actually, we're going to go to the tail, and this one we're going to just stretch a little bit. Okay. And then as the wind slows down, let's say it slows down right about to here. We're going to drag it to here. We're going to go to this point, and we're going to just play ahead all the hair. Get back to a base position. So now, okay, so that settles it down, but it doesn't slow it down. So at this point, I'm gonna probably go to like here. I'm gonna definitely slow it down quite a bit more. Go to like here. Okay, and now I get to have the fun of, let's say I'm gonna make this my endpoint. And this is where it's going to start doing slowdown. This is going to start getting into... I can probably make it more like this at the end point. See, right around here is where it starts slowing down. We go boom, 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 boom. That looks pretty good. One thing too is when she gets back into base position, her bottom tail kind of gets into this weird like bent position because it's meant to just look like it's always sitting on the ground weird. I am going to offset that a bit by going to here, which is about where I stopped here, and we're going to try to unbend that. How's that look? I'm a little like this back tail doesn't look great because it's just why they didn't put a middle bone on that. It's just it infuriates me. Why is this bone 1 and this bone 2? Why is there not one right here?
That's a bit, yeah, I mean, there's clearly already a bend in
but it's
tail there.
but that's what's worse. It means that the T-pose position is pre-bent, which is really annoying.
I mean, because that's where her tail, like, that isn't hair ends, is where the bend's at.
Yeah, but no, you can't bend it. I think the idea is that her tail's always so stuck to the ground that whatever. No, it's stupid. So it just means that when this is settling down here, it just starts getting kind of flat. The only real way to fix that, I think, is to have, like, you can have this one kind of like do that. Oh, like a little bit of a wobble. But at this point, it'd be annoying to try to get that done, but I'm thinking I might have to. Of like playing the position game of going, okay, well now this one then goes that way. How about a 30-second clip that outright says or strongly implies that Fluttershy earns her money by being a prostitute? Then do a series of 5-second clips of various jokes sneaking out of Fluttershy's cottage.
I had another idea for a clip just now.
Did you get it from Fluttershy being a prostitute?
No. Just a random thought I had in my mind. Which are the best thoughts. Have you ever seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force, the movie?
I have it, but no, I haven't seen it.
There's a song in it called I Like Your Booty, But I'm Not Gay. And you could have Rainbow Dash singing that to Applejack. Like, I like your booty, but I'm not gay. Check it out. Your booty, but I'm not gay. Check it out. And just do that. The joke is she is Rainbow Dash.
Wow, Michael.
Yeah.
Said it.
I did. Why that song just randomly popped into my head after having not seen it well over 2 decades. Yeah, roughly that. It's not even mucus at this point. Like mild irritation.
Okay. I think all I have to do is her ears.
I'm just allergic to Argo.
I'm picturing the Pinkie Pie clones bouncing out one after another to the booty song.
I like your booty. I'm not gay. Check it out. Good song.
Michael, you need to make space in your brain for normal things.
No.
That right there just said it all.
This is why my brain doesn't have space for normal things. All your fault.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, wait. No, we'll have to sit down. There's only like 2 good jokes in that entire movie.
I remember seeing it, so I did pick it up, but
They did actually reference the movie in a later episode, and basically, like, one, I think it was Meatwad. It was like the movie did really bad in theaters. Like, and Frog's like, it made its money back. Isn't that enough? Like, yeah, I guess.
no. From what I can tell, most movies are considered a failure if they don't make twice what they put into it.
Yeah, it didn't make
Like
that.
if they spent $2 million making it, it is considered a flop if they don't make at least $4 million.
Yeah,
Like it's kind of
they
nuts.
got their money back.
Like I've seen so many movies that are like, took $50 million to make it and they only made $90 million for the movie. It's a failure.
Yeah.
What?
It's not enough to pay your employees. You got to pay your stockholders too.
Yeah, it needs to be blockbusters. It needs to break records. And
Sparky jumps over a plush shark.
I don't think there's a Sparky model.
Nobody would bother. Nobody should bother. Spice!
No, I don't want that again.
Spice!
Commander!
Sparky.
Yeah, there's no Sparky.
Code horse.
And there's a way to export it, just nobody wants to put the time into it.
Oh yeah, he was in the second game, wasn't he?
Yeah. But I think most of the exports are from the first game.
Yeah. Well, no, Misty would have been from the second game. They exported Misty.
I thought Misty popped up before the game did. Like, I don't
She
know if
wasn't
somebody
in
made
the
it.
first game.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I know she wasn't, but I thought her model popped up on the market before then.
Misty is a good horse.
Deserves to be behind the cart.
One good taco. I mean, the Sparky model is in the game. It wouldn't be difficult to port,
No.
but I don't want to.
No, because that means you have to touch it.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to touch that.
Even I could port that thing. I'm inept. But I don't want to. That's time. Why would I? Misty was worth porting. I could be doing other first thing. Sparky was like probably one of the worst decisions they made in G5. He basically crippled Hitch's character just to be dragon dead.
Oh no, they crippled the stallion, Michael.
Like for the only good like side special, they did it when Sparky was considered too tired to do anything. So they because he just had all of his power sucked out of him. So he's essentially not even in the episode, and that was the bridal one of it. They got rid of Sparky for that episode. It was better for it. There's probably like one Sparky fan out there real sad, but that's what you get for a Sparky. How dare you like that thing? An abomination. Why don't you go like enjoy Flurry Hard at the same time, because that's what it is. Sparky was Flurry Hard too. But worse, because it wasn't a pony. And when Fluttershy least expects it.
Expensed it.
Expensed it. The tentacle monster crept up on her.
So that's actually what I need to do next. That's the only thing that's really left to do. The Japanese attack
Yes.
coming up here is I need to have those done with probably the same model, but just a couple different versions, because doing it with one well, this is a poison joke. The vines left it being kind of goofy. And these things are already kind of annoying to work with. But they look like this, because that was like the best I could do for stretching them in that. But I think if I use multiple of them, ooh, actually better. It's a power line.
Thing is,
Oh, I used audio last time.
Rarity teleported Fluttershy to Sakura's hut. And if Fluttershy had just gone into the hut, but fine. But she started wandering the Everfree.
I can tell from set of relief. There's no Sparky. Yeah.
I can't tell if I'm sad or relieved. Like, why would you ever want to eat Sparky? He didn't do anything except make noise. Problem.
Mm-hmm. But Twilight had a dragon, so they needed to have an equally useless dragon.
Spike was at least snarky. And he could be sarcastic at the best of times. I didn't dislike Spike. He was a good punching bag.
After Sparky, Spike
Yes.
was good.
Once we saw how bad it could be, Spike was a hero. No, Spike had his place. To play his part.
Okay, so this one, I know, probably work. So it is. Yeah, there it is. This also has lots of different bones in it. But if I remember right, they're better weighted. Where the other one, each one was basically just to its bone and nothing else. This one's a little easier to work with. So I can probably make this work. The question, though, is they are not evenly spaced, for one. They're fairly even down here, but that's kind of fine. What you can kind of do is just say, where's the bottom one here? So that one is this one, and then that they go up from there. Yep. So it goes up to going to 11. And you just grab those and zero it. And look, they're all pretty close. And why is none of the rest of it following? Oh yeah, because they're all like weird. No, it's I
feel like I need another drink. Just keep
water.
clear. No. You want another drink?
Not immediate. Okay, now if I zero these, yeah. Now I just want to get up to the density of all of them. That's a lot better. That's closer.
There a character? Who's worse, Sparky or Flurry Heart? I think
Sparky, only because
Really?
Flurry Heart, at least they didn't overuse her.
Yeah, she wasn't always around where Sparky was.
And when they had her in an episode, she was being stupid. Well, Sparky is just like being a domestic terrorist, and they're like bad dragon, whatever.
Yeah,
And like,
oh,
it's
you just transformed that person's house into a donut.
you transform that
Bad
person into a
dragon.
donut.
Yeah, like you are clearly a menace. We should get rid of you, have you drown in the sea. Here we are. Ooh, clip scenes from the airplane movie Derpy is Autopilot.
Oh, from a millennial perspective or a Gen Z, not Gen Z, Gen X, maybe, but from the perspective of anybody else watching,
Anybody
they
else
probably
is
wouldn't get it.
Gotta enjoy Skibbity Toilet, so forget them. Forget
Yeah,
the
I know, but it
children.
means if you're doing inside jokes that are related to content that they probably have never seen before, then the joke itself has to stand on its own without the
Yeah.
reference.
But at the same time, I've spoken to Adam, and I figure his generation is a lost generation.
Oh yeah.
Cannot be salvaged, saved.
Well, I don't think he's a fan of Skibbity either, though. Is he?
I mean, he probably wouldn't admit it outright, but he's seen it. Technically, I've seen it, but it was under duress.
Skibbity duress.
Yes, I was forced to by evil souls who might be watching. And all I did was sit there and be like, why? Why? Why any of this? Sense? Just nonsense. Why is this popular? Why do they have toys in stores? I watch so much of it, and they try to be like, oh, there's like a deeper meaning, and I'm like, no, there really isn't. Like people who say, oh, my cat really likes you. It just isn't currently clawing your face off. That's not the same thing. If you're giving me, there is none. But you know, there's a toy line now. That's popular on the internet, so what do I know? Minecraft memes, Scootaloo as a chicken jockey. The chicken jockey thing?
The problem is technically Minecraft's going to be relevant. But the chicken jockey thing I think is immensely stupid, and I at least want to have morals.
I don't even get it. Isn't it just like a mini? Are we riding a chicken?
Yeah.
Why is that a thing?
I don't get it.
Like,
there's like video of a theater that had people like exploding and being like, "Oh, chicken jockey!" And I think that
is
that
it
just
the Minecraft movie.
It's from the Minecraft movie. Yeah.
Well, I know it was a thing in the game, and people cared. But I guess it's the movie.
Something with the movie, probably.
No, I did watch a video where some like millennial parents were trying to get their kid to watch the stuff that they watched and enjoyed. And the one movie they got their kid to watch was School of Rock. And the reason the kid watched it, and he told him, is because it had Minecraft Steve in it. They said they needed time to process that. Like, no. No, he's not Minecraft Steve.
But that's
Jack Black.
That's the relevant thing right now, because that came out only just recently.
Yes. Like, if I was like, a kid was like, let's watch School of Rock, I'd be like, okay.
It does make...
It's got Minecraft Steve. I'd be like, you're going to your room?
It does make Jack Black relevant again.
Yes, it does.
Which I think he kind of likes.
I'm sure. And I don't dislike Jack Black. He's
Jack
fine.
Black's great.
I enjoyed Tenacious D for a while.
Tenacious D is great.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see that in the grass? Not right now.
Argadamon and Morals. This is the guy who put Scootaloo in a Philly blender. What a monster,
Well,
right?
Yeah, but sometimes...
Who would do that?
Did you know what that Philly did? She took a cookie.
She did. Scootaloo, into the Philly grinder you go.
This is what you get for stealing cookies.
Just love that line. Into the Philly grinder you go. This is the Philly grind. Grind of the Phillies.
Oh, they get still pity.
Oh no. Those are me.
Okay, so now it kind of got weird right here. In there.
I'm gonna get that drink. The hopes that'll like you from coffee.
Oh, I wonder if these are built to be like more separated. And I kind of just like ignored that. Oh, I see. So these are being really stretched for far back because of how I kind of squeezed them together. but apparently they're not weighted beyond their joints. So I was hoping that they're weighted throughout the whole thing, but they're not. They're weighted only at the joints. So as I started squishing them, the joints went past the actual model, which is going to be a problem. It didn't have a problem before that, because to make this really work well, I would probably grab one of these and have it scale up and down. But when these scale up and down, you're getting this effect. That's not going to work, because I want to have it look like it's kind of I want to look like it was kind of coming out of the ground, which I could do if I scaled it up now. But if I scaled it up now, are you growing like that? You're locked. Oh, you're locked to each other. Not locked to the world. It's gonna look kind of like that, and I don't like that crossing thing. I can maybe sneak it by kind of rotating it a little
Why
bit.
is it all bunched up?
Because I squished them together and they weren't weighted how I thought they were.
No.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to hide that. I mean, I think that probably did okay. Because this one bone, that its ends are just not weighted at all.
Yeah.
It's went so far past the point that this one went all the way to another point.
Old chat.
Yeah, I don't think I can really fix that and still make it look coherent. I could probably use it as they originally gave it, but then I'd still have to scale it, and that would cause problems. The Everfree one is somewhat better in that regard. Because if it's not individual bones, that means that I can't have it like lift. Because if I made it really, really, really big, you could just have it lift at certain parts, and just by having it, certain parts come over the surface, it would look like it's growing when it's really just rising. This is the only one I can think of that really is good for that moldability. Something else I could do.
Don't know. I assume that's the thing you always use for tentacles. Whenever you make tentacle videos, there's got to be like a tentacle.
It's the same one I've used, but it only has 5 bones, and that's the one that collapsed every time.
Tentacle. I'm gonna look up tentacles on the internet.
The thing is, you don't need tentacles. It can be anything that just is long and has lots of bones, and that's why I was just looking up cable, because there's cables that do that. Just doesn't like scaling. Which it definitely needs to do.
Look, they got tentacles on Source Filmmaker Labs.
Again, I don't want tentacles because normally those are very big at the bottom and small at the top.
Like they're blue.
They are definitely shaped a little weird. And SFM Lab is little. There's a reason that there's tentacles in SFM Lab, Michael.
I'm aware. But this is what you need for this scene. You need tentacles.
You
have to go to the sex sites. Oh, look, Dead Space tentacles. Got those.
But any cable I can think of is probably going to be in the same boat.
You have to go to the internet and type in tentacles.
No,
It's
I'm
the
not.
only way.
I was thinking I'm going. I
Look
could.
at all the images.
I'm safe going to the workshop and typing tentacle.
They got Dead Space tentacles in the workshop.
Okay, so that's the one I just looked at. This one looks to have bones. Yeah, let me try that one. This is from Left 4 Dead instead of Portal.
Crazy how many different kinds of tentacles there are for special.
Concerned again that this is going to be a similar boat. No.
Some of these tentacles are loot.
This looks like these are much better weighted.
Don't go on the internet. There's a pony.
And these ones are parented. Also makes that sort of easier.
There's a King Koopa being wrapped in tentacles.
Michael,
I wouldn't.
get off the internet, Michael.
I'm helping you with the research.
It's like, Michael, I need horse smooch references, and you're like, oh, I have a whole folder of that.
Yes, let me one button.
Here's all my smooches.
Oh, my smooch.
I'm assuming this one's the parent. Yep. So, if I grab the 75, add scale. Actually, I can probably just do this one. Okay, yep. So I'm going to scale it down to, let's say, to here. All right. And now go through, and as long as I go specifically top to bottom, I cannot go the other way or skip. Okay. Oh, I did jump them. Normally, lock them where they were. Apparently not. Okay, so I do. Oh, that worked the other way. Okay. So just if I go and drop the scale now, to make a match, it's going to have a problem because they're going to start normally. Oh, guess I can't just paste the value. Copy it like that. Oh no, I can't do that either. Okay.
You're just gonna have to go get those tentacles off the internet.
No, because they're all going to work off of each other. But I have to lock them and give them a sec.
Anything to stop from that.
This is a tentacle.
This is a power cable.
You know, and it works. You don't have to have something that works by name. You just have to have something that works.
But think about all the fun you could have by
No
tentacle into the internet during a live stream.
Tentacle, My Little Pony.
Actually, I didn't even have to type in My Little Pony. There was My Little Pony regardless.
No.
Research. The internet is for ponies.
Okay. Now, now that they're locked, I should be able to go back here and put this back to default. See how that turns out. And it does look
Okay.
like they do the same thing. What it could mean is that I just have to use less of them. I think I might be able to make this work. I'm just going to is should be, if I unlock these, this is, yeah, it should be staying like that. Okay. This could probably work. I'm just going to have to be a little more careful. Let's have to move each one up the position I think that it would work in, and then, or best for the bend, and probably start from its biggest position, which is probably not what it's in right now.
Anybody in chat who hasn't said yet want to tell me what they're going to do this weekend? What you ate for dinner? Or anything, so I can stop talking. Oh,
Just talk to me. Talk to me.
I mean,
Okay, so I do that. No. Okay. So no, this one's not doing it to do. It was just probably working too far up the chain. Oh, these pieces are actually pretty big. If I need to put it in the position I need it to, it needs to be like up, way up there. And it's affecting its previous? Why is it doing that? Can't things be easy?
I mean, there are models for this very thing.
No, they're not going to work much different. They're going to still have same issues. The issue is I'm trying to play with scaling, and even in any of those, I would have to do some weird scaling to make it do what I actually need to do, and it's still going to run into the same issue of when you scale to whatever, it's going to break. Trying to think if there's what else would work for that.
I mean, you could just keep the tentacles out and just have a big bunch of the.
No, I wanted to make it has to feel impending, like something is not just an explosion, but I wanted to have something feel like it's because it's supposed to be everybody's end, and that's not her end just standing here.
Yeah. Well, if she was standing in.
No, because it's not. It's implying something, but it's not showing her actual end. And I can't find a static model because if you scale up a static model, it's going to shoot off from whatever the parent is.
Maybe Maniac?
Only thing I can think of is just use the vines that I have, but just put them in like where are they? Go. There you go. It might work if I instead do it where each one just is tied to another one of itself. So that's out, and I can't default this. Because if I move them closer and then just did it from like I like that it's round and everything's so black.
You made it black.
I know, but it makes it hard to see the stuff. So if I had the base go this way a little bit.
Maybe change the vine colors to green?
No,
then they wouldn't show up in the grass.
Yeah.
You make them brown.
Even this, like, say I put it up close like this, it's going to look like a knee. The only way this would work is if I put it like this and then brought this one up close, but all of these are just weirdly structured. I'll lock all these as well.
Cool.
If you had multiple, you could do like that.
Or
You have each
blue.
one.
They could be blue.
Why is color? Why are you talking color?
Well, I'm talking about making it more visible.
I don't need. They're only were hard to see because I had the lights off. When you had the lights on, then the contrast was there because you can't see the ground. But I couldn't see it now because they're both made to be basically ignoring light.
Can you make them blue or no?
I can make them whatever color I want, but I'm not making them blue.
That makes sense.
It's a yellow-green light. They're just going to look green.
Okay.
So there's no point. I'd rather have black because then they stand out in high contrast. Fluttershy doesn't even look yellow.
Oh, there. Those, of course.
I don't think I'm using the 5th vine.
I like this idea that, like, Mom, I would have gotten you a Mother's Day gift, but I ordered Ninja Turtle Proton Pie, and then I got drunk.
Yeah, like, if I were to do this, I would basically need, like, 4 of these to kind of weave their way through. And even then, there would be this spot right here that would look really weird. This is the inefficient solution by far.
You can turn off your screen while you look for the tentacles.
I'm not looking for any of that. I'm not saying that I don't want to look for it. I'm saying that it's not going to work.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's stuff I still have to scale, and the scaling's the problem. Whether I'm making it small or big, it breaks down. And if there's just no model I think is going to work for it unless it was exactly scaled by base to what I would need it for to do. So, boo. I have to figure out some other solution for that, or not do it at all. It's just that was the whole idea of this exact shot with this position, everything is to have that.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't like not having it.
Figure it out. There's time.
Yeah, there's time, but there's time if I kept focusing on doing that. But if I went to go do other things, then I'm not putting that time into this. I'm throwing it to this. It's time as in I don't want to deal with it now, but I'm still going to have to deal with it. I just can't think of any model that would work. What about the Maniac hair? It's still the problem. Any model that doesn't have a consistent size from one end to the other, which is like hair, is going to have the problem of I would have to play with the scaling specifically to make sure that it's of even scale, and then by doing that, it's going to be immensely hard to work with. That's the other reason with tentacles. Tentacles tend to have varying sizes from beginning to end. These vines do, and that made them hell to work with. But if you have something that's too big, it's going to compress too much when you make it, or if If it's too small of a model, when you make it big enough, it's going to start compressing in on itself. And if it's too small and then you make it bigger, it's going to start stretching weirdly at the angles because they weren't built for it. So no matter what, if anything you have is either too big or too small, there's really nothing that's going to fit that middle group. I might have to try to figure out something else. Well, with other than that, this is not actually not done because I forgot I need to do these lights. I do not like the idea of 3 lights per tree.
What lights?
There's one light already on this tree. But I think that one is needed as it is because this one I could hit with a really sharp angle here. This one I don't think I can.
Hello, Wobble Master.
Hello, Wobble.
How are you doing? Tell me about your day. What food you're eating.
Michael's been wanting to get somebody to tell
like
him.
anybody to talk to me. That'd be great. I want to know like what your weekend plans, what you did this week, who's your favorite pony, what's your mother's maiden name and your credit card
Last
number.
4 of your social.
Last 4 of your social. Otherwise, I have to talk to him. He yells at me.
Because you have bad ideas.
Yes. I just wanted to make him pony smooth dolphins. A good ideas.
Okay. I don't think I need to do anything other than avert on this one.
Got back from work, eating an apple. I can relate because I ate an apple yesterday.
He's eating an apple now, and you can relate because sometime in your
Yes,
history you've consumed
I've eaten an apple before. I in fact bought some apple for eating. No, I'm dying. Another clip idea. Princess Big Mac Moon spoof. Also, instead of like Sailor Moon, it's Princess Big Mac.
Somebody I think did that one.
Yeah, that does sound familiar. Which
think
means it's a good idea, but I think it's been done.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna make Anthology by just reposting Anthology. We're just gonna change the
Saves
order
a
of
lot
the
of
shorts.
time.
Which actually,
Oh,
that's what
Starfire Dream
Jay does that for the conventions. He tends to just do compilations of some of the best of. Or he'll highlight if he knows certain people are going to be at the conventions and stuff. He'll maybe bring stuff that he knows that they've done.
spoof of the Justice League to reanimate the entire opening to the Justice League, but with the Power Ponies. Get on it.
Which that maybe I'm missing. What's this one? Like, why can't I find this tree? Let's try to get it like at a strong
Just need to
angle
do
like
the
this.
opening for Rama
that looks
one
better.
half. You know the anime, right?
The what?
Rama one half. Except it's your OC, and when they transform, the eyelashes just disappear and then reappear, and then and that's the only thing that changes is that they have eyelashes and then they don't.
You're saying you want to do a short that makes me cute.
I mean,
when I put it that way, it's not as funny now.
well, I mean, it's already cool, but. Ghostbuster ponies. Cool.
Don't know if I quite need to do them. But it might be I at least want to do one of them, I think.
Are you excited?
For what?
The pudding power.
When is it supposed to show up?
I have no idea. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know who I just gave my credit card information to. Is it some strange guy on the internet? Has it all now? I'm gonna get my Ninja Turtle pudding pies.
Slight, like, not interacting with this tree.
When Argus OC gets hit with a cold beer, he transforms into a short, burly, or a short, busty mare with red hair and a bald spot. Why a bald?
Thank you. Going for accuracy.
Or busty mare. The term busty is corroding my soul.
Remember that one picture that, like, I think Giz posted? It had, like, Rainbow Dash with just human boobs.
Yeah. And a bikini.
Which
No.
you definitely liked it.
Oh, I posted it.
I thought Giz did.
No, that was me. It was amazing. I'm dying. Jeez. Oh, I feel like I'm more coffee today than I was last time.
You need a coffee?
Now I got beer. Sunset. Bad sunset. I like tree.
Not show up. Oh. No? This light should have exploded. There it is.
So who is this? Who is this watching the horse episode? Who's this that's watching the horse episode? I enjoy the horse episode. I watched one yesterday. I rewatched the one where she's playing the yak. What it's essentially bagpipes, but it's like the yak version. Nikki Bye. One episode. I'm very tired. My brain filter is gummed up. It cool.
So that should cover most of it.
There are worse things.
You think I switched this to constant? So constant's basically anything that's above 0 is constant attenuation, and that prevents drop off. So the light's just as bright close or far. Do not use that on horses ever. It makes their eyes explode. But for this, it just, if I want to do that fill light on all the trees, I can just do one light then. It makes it a lot easier. It's just lights are very bright when they're as bright as they are at the base everywhere. You have to kind of be careful with the values.
He is recreating a scene, Wabble, but not from the show, from Fall Equestria.
Yep. I'm working on the Ministry Mayor's video, and this is, I thought I clicked that. Or towards the end. So this is a very different. See, that was the reason I wanted it black like that too, because these ones are reflected the light back up, so it kind of made it look. But this is what the scene used to look like, and now it looks like this. Where
It's changed a bit.
it's changed. It's just a little bit.
Yeah.
I might darken her back. She's still a little bright for what it is, but Yeah, we're working on.
I don't know if you've read Fallout Question, but yes, culture shot. Standing in the Everfree Forest and watching Hellfire Bomb. You're not happy about it.
Yeah, we've just been working on getting all the kind of side stuff all ready for it. The only thing I think I still needed to do is on these trees. I'm gonna grab whichever one is this farthest back one right here. This tree. I'm gonna grab just the top of it, which might break some stuff, but we'll see. Fine. And the idea is I don't need the bottom of the tree now. But I need to make sure that I'm filling in some of these bottom areas, just like vegetation. So I need to move this out a little bit more, and move it down a little bit. I need to make sure that there's as little horizon as possible.
Fluttershy could wear an even your outfit. You could have like a scarf and a whole bunny ear.
He'd help that. Oh, maybe. Fix it. No, it doesn't. It sometimes it does this thing where it'll just start walking away. I'm just going up and down, and it just goes over that way. It's really annoying. You have to like go off the arrows, or it just breaks.
You know, it actually dawns on me that Angel Bunny wouldn't be in this scene. I mean,
No, she wouldn't be.
You didn't put
Well,
Angel Bunny in.
She's not here, yeah, so I don't have to worry about it.
Angel Bunny finds their way to the tree. They weren't teleported along.
No, I just read it, so
yeah. They get pissed at Rarity.
No, Rarity's doing the recording of the memory orb, the one that Rainbow goes and picks up later.
It is shown that somehow Angel Bunny does find his way out of the city, but by the time he finds her, she's a tree. So then he defends her until he gets turned to stone by her.
Why do you have to defend her?
Make sure nobody messes with Fluttershy and defend herself.
Because she's a tree.
And that's kind of just what he always did. Bunny. And yeah, when you think about it, like they were all in their like late 30s.
They were showing wrinkles.
Yeah, but they were also having kids. So, Angel, how old is Angel Bunny?
Well, he's a bunny. You can probably get. He's gonna get with a fox.
You know, bunnies and foxes.
Yeah, you know, normal now.
Like even in the show for the final episode where they showed them all like middle-aged, Angel Bunny was dead, taking care of like Angel Bunny's grandkid. It's good to see that Angel Bunny got him.
Wow. Is that what it's always got to be about?
That's how grandkids happen, man.
I know, but then you have to make it about like, oh yeah, you scored. Are you in college?
Yeah.
It's all about smooches and getting with the sexy ladies and tentacle porn.
I'm simply congratulating the rabbit for having a family.
You could have bought the kids.
For just children. That's the better version.
Fluttershy required it.
Like, no celibacy for you, Angel Bunny. You're gonna have to purchase kids. Not in my cottage.
Okay, now my concern is this going to get rid of the smoke? You can still see the smoke. That's good. All right, and just one more of them over there. All right, so that shows a tree line behind them. that kind of comes up, so it shows at least some kind of a distance. Oh, I need to put at least one over here. There's a light gap.
Golden Blood, like, the only thing Golden Blood did, he did a lot of stuff, but I don't remember. I remember he did a lot of stuff, but I don't remember what any of it was.
But that was Project Horizons, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Project Horizons, because he's the one who kid with Fluttershy in Project Horizons, but I don't really, he was like, he had his ooze, I guess, in everything, but he really wasn't that memorable as a character. Like, he was very prevalent in Project Horizons, but past, like, having a kid with Fluttershy, I do not remember his role in the story. He was the one who created Project Horizons. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of drawing a blank on what Project Horizon was. Like, which you feel like it's like the prevalent thing in the story, but
Actually, now that I think about it, I have no clue either.
yeah, I can't remember.
I don't know
what
actually know
Horizons
why
was.
it's called Project Horizons.
I mean, I have to guess it had something to do with the C-111 or whatever program that Blackjack gets from the get-go. And Cognium needed it to do her plan. But the details are kind of a blur. It's a bomb to end the nation. But clearly never gets used.
You know what the whole point of stories like that, though, is to prevent that from being used.
You know, like I remember Boo, she was killed. Like little final horse had like Papa Discord living inside of her. It was a fail-safe in case they won the war and Luna turned out to be a tyrant. But like that was never a real possibility. Luna was trying her best. She wanted her 1,000 years, like her sister had.
But she had a bad track record, I think is what they're saying.
Yeah, it was a fail-safe, but it wasn't unnecessary.
Yeah, but that's what a failsafe is. You hope you never have to use it.
You know, like Luna made a lot of bad decisions, but in her defense, the ponies around her made far worse decisions.
Her worst decision was to take pretty hands off on stuff and say, these people that have no experience in this stuff, let them take charge.
Her biggest mistake was separating them six into their own, rather than having them work together. It's peacemaker.
They tried to do it first.
Yeah, but they tried doing that under Celestia. As soon as Luna took over, she created them.
Yeah, because one of their, you know what their first thing was to do? Make peace with the buffalo.
Yep.
And Pinky was going to sing him a song, but then they were told no songs. So the mayor was told no.
Really, Luna was just she had no real control over how the Z because of her past, and she wanted so desperately to have what her sister had.
Love?
To be loved, yes. By the ponies of Equestria. But to do that, she needed her 1,000 years. She just wanted the fighting to stop, but the zebras were... like if she had relinquished control back to her sister, Zebras probably would have backed down. But she wanted her to go back. And it wasn't her.
You have to get the piece first, though.
It was kind of her fault that the Zebras perceived her that way. But, I mean, she was trying to be better, and they weren't giving her a chance.
Well,
yes,
they
had reasons.
They had demands too, and
Yes.
none of those demands were being met. The whole thing was a resource war.
It started out that way.
Yeah, and so they're not going to just be like, well, Luna really wants to have friends, so can you just like back off for a little bit?
Yeah. Well, it was Celestia's fault for starting it, but
They're going full circle again.
Hmm?
Going full circle.
I love the story. It's such a good story. It's got such good lore. The more you dig into it, the better
lured
it
you
gets.
in.
Yes, it did. Like, it really was just a story of what so many chances to turn it around.
Which
he goes and won.
That's just the story
Fear.
of. Well, that's what's happening. That's just the story of us.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
is.
what it's Fallout's just the story of what if a lot of those things that could have went wrong actually did go wrong.
Yeah.
So, and you hope that they never does. Okay, had to go with a few more lights than I wanted to make it all work, but oh, I gotta get the hill back. Okay, so without the hill. It looks fine there, but as soon as you get to this angle, really being able to see that. No, actually not that bad. Not good. A little darker on the backside. That's
So, in
Oh, and I
Project
have
Horizon's Golden
this
Blood
one.
was responsible for the creation, which I just pointed out was a huge.
it's all his fault. You're just you just have your finger like fully extended like this, and you're running around just trying to find the person to aim it at.
No, it's Celestia. There's no doubt it's Celestia.
No, but what about Golden Blood? He's one of creating Ministries.
And
Maybe Luna could have done a better job without him.
In the end, Luna, the one who decided to create the minute.
You can always point the blame at 100 different people. You're just picking one because you don't like Celestia.
No, I like Celestia.
Best princess? Which one?
Luna.
There you go.
But
See, he hates
Celestia's
Celestia.
good. She's
Nope,
second.
he hates Celestia.
She's second best.
He thinks she's
princess.
ugly. I heard him say it. Go give me another beer, bitch.
Wow. Somebody might have had too much beer.
I'm only at 2.
What do you want?
I like the orange one. You go easy. It's
Done.
Where's my beer? Okay, I think we can call this one basically good. I don't know if I have. Is there a way to like flag things on here? I don't think so. Actually, can you change the color? Which you can. There are properties of this one.
am alone.
Thank you. Finally.
My goodness. He started collecting rent again. He's just gone full landlord.
No, I've always been collecting it. Just been collecting it in other ways.
It's been more like low.
It wasn't even full because there was the still a little bit of a layover. I want to watch a video.
Or trying to find those tentacles.
No, I want to see how you can change the clip color. Oh, it doesn't let me do per clip.
Have Uber Eats deliver Pony Twilight a hamburger, or have Twilight use a remote to watch.
Well, hello, Pretzel. Look at Michael
Oh, no, I'd never seen this one get used. 1,000 bits. Yeah, she exploded.
Yeah, she exploded.
I got excited. 1,000 bits.
Thank you very much, Luna Presso. Yeah, we
That
don't
is
get
a
some of
rare
those very
one.
much. Trixie Best Princess off the mark story. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, that one's for anything 1,000 and higher. Then there's other ones that are between, I think, 500 and 1,000. I wanted to make some other big ones, so it's not just always Derpy driving a car.
You know, well, that's the first time I've seen Derpy driving a car, so.
I made it.
Yeah, I know you did.
Watch the whole thing get
It's the
made.
first time I've seen it activated as a reward.
Activate.
Yes.
Um,
That woke me up.
the driving. Yeah, I'm not seeing any way to change these colors. I think these colors are based on what type of thing it is, like pictures, video, and other. Well, no, because I think isn't text. How's Luna Presso doing? Doing great. If I go like here, yeah, that's also purple. Why can't? Oh, there's a different right there. Oh, label. There we go. All right. There, I can mark that one as basically done.
Wait, what did you just do?
I made it green.
I know you made it green, but you made it green a weird way. You're a being.
Or just green. All right, so we can call that one done.
You got the tentacles.
Not really, but okay. That's the only one I actually have done. I think. Let me double check the one. We. I thought had finished that rarity one, or is that one not done yet?
It's been a while since I've seen any that were.
There's a rarity at the desk.
Oh.
I don't remember if this one's done.
Rarity dies and Twilight dies being first. The only one we don't know how they die is Rainbow Dash, but we know she does a standoff against Gilda. It's kind of applied.
There's an implication, but there's nothing that states what. There's nothing
You can show the
canonically that
standoff.
happens to her that they show. Pinkie Pie, they don't show her exact moment of death. That's Project
They
Horizons,
show where she died,
but they show where she died.
what she was holding.
Fluttershy, they don't specifically show it, but they give you the information to give you enough to go off
Well,
of.
they show her turn into a
Twilight
tornado.
doesn't die,
No, well,
but she's.
Her face
They
will
show
be
her
death.
very last moment.
yes, as Twilight, as the Twilight.
Oh, this isn't done.
None of them have clean deaths except for Applejack. Guys of old age.
Oh,
Only
actually,
one
know
it
what we can
gets
do with
to.
this. This
Oh no.
needs to be redone.
And we're gonna find out the hat just doesn't work. On the models, you're gonna yell.
was more of there's plenty of time to get other. If this was like the last thing I had to do was get the outfits on them, that'd be a different story. But if it doesn't work, it's like, okay, well, we'll just come back and figure this out later.
You managed to fix the shoe, so maybe you'll fix the hat.
I just have to be careful when zeroing it. So it's basically 0, but don't select the unknowns, and probably don't select the face. Well, that didn't go well.
Did not. Wearing the outfit. Hat, not so much.
This one's definitely off. The head bone is here, but for the hat, let's see where it is by.
Gotta do the root transform.
Let me see where it is by the default. Well, if I just go to the default, nope. This is actually where it is. It's an easy fix though. I just lift it. It's going to be in line. I just need to get it into the right position, and then it's all good. The thing I got to be careful though. This is what this hair looks like. This is what this hair looks like.
Yeah.
Not the same.
Oh, I kept the hair with the hat.
But if I want to have the tail and this hair match, I just have to do some poking. I have to override her hair to match this one.
You take off the hair.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Where's your back mane?
The hair and the hat are way off.
That might be part of it.
I gotta fix her hat. I'll fix the hat this weekend.
Okay, so we can't do this.
We can't do the hair yet.
Yeah, no, she didn't have back hair. If you're gonna fix it, it means that if I override the model that I have, it will completely break everything I've done, and you have to reload the models. So it's better just to not bother with it right now. Then
Just don't do the hat yet. Hair.
Then that's weird.
I'm bald right.
It doesn't give me the thing I need.
Oh, fix her hair.
Let's see. What shots have I not started yet? Twilight getting pulled in the vat. That's gonna take a bit.
Yeah, that's a. You can do the scene build. You like scene build.
Though the vat thing is already kind of started. I reread it. That one. So what I want to do is kind of have it like it's a photograph of all the miniature mares together. I thought about doing it from way back in the past, but it would be breaking.
You could do the buffalo thing.
No, so at this part, it's leading up to a time change to show the past. If I do that, it's going to show them being miniature mare, then happy time, then immediately bad time, then back to happy time. There's the transition's too jarring. It's not working for the time gap jumps that I already want to deal with. They have to be ministry time frame for this part.
I think the last time they were all together was at Pinkie Pie's party.
But you would think at some point they would have a publicity photo of like, here's all the ministry mares.
I don't think they after that. I think that was like.
No, it's a headcanon thing I'm gonna go with. But we can probably do that because that's gonna be what's in this picture. Yeah, it was so. What am I calling these? Ministry mares. Okay. And I'm going to say screw Spike. Oh, this is also going to be tough because technically I need all the ministry mares. And I can't do that if you're going to change things.
Well, they wouldn't be wearing the new outfits anyways.
No, this would be like sometime after they get into the thing.
Oh.
Because I want to make sure I'm showing that it's in the future, like
I'll
their
fix
time
the
frame.
outfit.
So I can't do that one. Okay.
Guilt.
Happy Old Times. That one I don't want to get started on right now. I'd rather get just some of these Rainbow Test and Scorpion Armor. I was unsure if I wanted to actually do this. That's going to be the pre-shot to getting shot, so I don't know if I want to start on that. We can just start doing the VAT shot, I guess.
You would just be wearing a lab coat, probably. You have one of those for Twilight.
She would also technically be starved and older, so there's a lot of things about it that aren't going to really work.
Well, she'd be in. She was only in there for 3 days.
But she was
dehydration more than anything.
She was weak.
She was dehydrated. There was no supplies in the. Thing. Legitimately, just a bomb room. Somebody was rescued.
A mare pony, that's what I called it. I had all the character names at the beginning. I was like, what is this? Where is it? Isn't the pair a picture with all the missionaries together? Yes, but I need more than a picture. I need to have it animated at the beginning, and then I wanted to have it where the movement of everything they're doing freeze frames into the picture. Okay. So one thing, or there are a couple things I remember reading about this that this actually doesn't work with. For one, there's catwalks, but there's also catwalks over the vats. So for this position, I probably need to put some catwalks that kind of go over the top here.
Okay.
So I guess I can fix a couple things in here before we get started.
White pony.
He was just going to be a filler that I hadn't done. He's a ghost. He's flying. He's like, ooh, I'm the ghost of Mary Pony.
Mary Pony.
Except for his horn. His horn is not dead.
What's the green pony's names again?
Mosaic and Gestalt, I think. Again, I just read that. So
I love them.
You love them?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know. They're so focused on their job. They're like, work.
She's looking all at all the numbers.
Like all these numbers.
I don't know. Can't even read what this says.
That's a number 2. I'm
What is this thing?
That is a Pokemon.
Why does he have a cardboard horn? No, he's just he's basically a YCH character, and then I'm just going to wake in. This could probably just go. Which this is already that, so we'll just go to a 0. If possible, always do everything to your 90-degree bends. It makes it so much easier to move around because all of your bones are a 90-degree. So now I can grab this and I can grab this, and it's going to be nice and flat and straight, and I don't have to worry. But I need to make sure that this is low enough and visible, but not in the way, which is going to be kind of tough because of how things are working with that. So, because it implies that they're closer to like here,
Immediately over there.
but then it's really blocking things and really.
Yeah, well, right there's not too bad.
Nobody can walk.
They're tiny.
No, because I would prefer it to be closer to like here.
Then it's okay.
Maybe. There's a thing we did on, or I think we were going to do on this one. Maybe we didn't do on it yet. These walkways can be kind of jammed. Because each one of these has lots and lots of bones. So you can technically grab something in the background there. Right. Put it down. Oh. Why did this one squish? The other ones don't. Yeah, these ones are flat. This one's squish.
Is it good?
Yeah, like if this one goes up or down, it gets squished.
Oh yeah, it's a collapsible. You pick these Hawkways because they can be collapsed.
No, I know that, but this one does. If I do up and down, it squishes. If I do this one up and down, it's flat.
Yeah.
Which means if I collapse them, it goes down below this thing, and I don't want that.
There was like a whole animation that's pre-collapsed.
No, I know. Yeah, but I don't need it for this, so. These ones aren't collapsing, but I can probably do. Oh, this. It only has a bone in areas that it needs a bone. So this one doesn't do it because the animation itself doesn't need it. That's why. So it means what I can do is probably just shrink this down. I want to try to get it to still fit. And technically, she was in a safe room, which was probably at ground floor. And then she was pulled over the rim of the vat, so she wouldn't be on a catwalk. I just think it's more fun.
I always imagine it like right behind her from where she's standing right now, like just in the room.
No, she wasn't in there. She was in the safe room. Not that. That wasn't a safe room. This is a separate safe room.
I'm thinking the safe room was like next to that room. Like it was like right behind.
But there's no
her.
windows.
Yeah.
It's a completely boxed in room with a big lead door.
Yes.
And then they pull the door out and pull her through the door.
Yes.
And then into the vat. But my thought is that is not going to be pulling out of a door down a catwalk. But
no,
if
it should be like right where she is standing now, it should be like right behind her doorway into the
yeah, but that and I'm not going to pull her down a hallway because that's whatever. But I wanted to have her pulled down a catwalk and then come like turn into one. But these aren't open, which is actually probably what I should check now is how do I figure out something for getting one of those open. But see, I can make a smaller catwalk and
smaller horse set.
But the problem, okay, so I can go over these vats. Say you do something like this. It's not in the way. But then this one would technically want one. And if I were to do,
I think if you can just have one.
Being that it said specifically in the descriptions that there was vats overhead, to me, I have to put some kind of a vat overhead. Whether or not it's multiple or not, I really don't care. How would this look from perspective? See, this kind
That's
of
not bad.
This kind of breaks perspective a little bit, though.
Well, then just don't.
And yeah, I wouldn't even be able to see it. But also I'm not specifically lighting it. Hey, yeah, I've done that on things, and then you're like, no.
It's not as important here.
I don't think it's as important because I think the idea was so that they could because they're not going to toss people in. I think it was for testing or whatever, but
it's for getting stuff out of the vats easily.
The other question though is one of these needs to be opened. So,
how do you get the lid off?
Well, I can't get the lid off because there's no internal anything. So the idea is I either keep using these as they are or I find some other vat type thing. I like these because they're closed.
I mean, I could edit it. Don't trust me.
I remember doing a search and we didn't really have luck with vats. What's another way to see vat? I know. I think we've
tank.
I think yeah. Well, vat implies open. Tank implies closed, and we're gonna get these. Tanks are normally closed, and I don't want a closed tank. I want an open tank. I think we're just literally going in circles from what we've done before.
Yeah, in here. I think you found a tank that was the same tank, except it was open and filled with goo, but it was broken.
Yeah. That does sound familiar.
If you can find that tank and maybe put the non-broken one over top of it.
This is different. No, that's a completely different one.
Yeah.
But I could make it work. You load 2 of them and you spin one around the other way, and it would technically kind of close it off. And then the liquid moving, that's manageable. Just move stuff up. It's the quality of it's a little low. But it'd be really easy to hide the goopy goop. I don't think these are as nice looking as those other tanks. But I don't think that these vats were open. And if they were open,
they shouldn't be.
OSHA needs to give them a call.
Probably was very about the safety standards of.
Yeah, I would think they'd be closed when not in use. I mean, you don't want to be breathing that in.
It wasn't great about the disposal of the.
Wasn't that the Diamond Dogs had a problem with it?
Yeah, because you mines.
That's what they sent Rarity in.
Yeah.
So like you have like vat numero 1.
I mean, it's what became known as tank. Was like all the mutant that Twilight created got dumped all over tanked.
See,
which is worse than radiation by far.
So the problem is this is going to have like this kind of broken edge here. And I don't even mind if in the final one, there's a one that's broken, because if I remember right, it is leaking all over the place. Like,
and yeah, that's how Trixie gets covered in it.
No, Trixie gets like knocked in the vat.
Oh,
she like
open.
That's why she's numero 1, because she was
Yeah.
the most exposed.
She is the master. She pulls other ponies into herself to eventually create what is the goddess, but she still has.
She has the most influence.
Yes. And I think they said either in the original or Project Horizons, because Twilight was horribly depressed and just didn't give a shit anymore. And the other two green ponies couldn't really even come close to match Trixie. Will, I guess you would call it. Twilight could have taken control, but she screwed up so bad she just let Trixie have it.
Her influence was there. She did do things that did make a difference, but only when it truly mattered.
Yeah. In the end,
She
she
doesn't-
was trying to make things better.
After the goddess was kind of sort of killed, didn't she have a moment?
Yeah. Took over
as
one
the-
of the alicorns.
Yeah, and just had like a little moment.
Took little Pip to safety. If you follow Project Horizons too, when
The sequel?
the sequel in Project Horizons, spoilers, close your ears, children. Blackjack is like Twilight's great granddaughter. And when Twilight finds this out, there is kind of a rebellion within the goddess, where Twilight tries to take control. And while Twilight's never able to fully take control, it becomes very clear to Trixie that Blackjack is off limits.
Because if they push hard enough,
Because Twilight will make it impossible for the goddess to function if she thinks Blackjack can date. Because when she finds out, oh, holy crap, that's my great grandchild. That is my legacy. No, Twilight won't let the goddess touch.
I would think that from that vault there was more than one.
Probably, but Blackjack is a direct descendant of Twilight. Through very convoluted means, but Twilight's great. blood relative. There are probably, yeah, like I said, there's probably several phones within Fable 9.
I think there was a story that kind of did imply that she was one of the few, or if not only.
Well, each one was only allowed to have some. So each was only allowed to have like one child.
Yeah, but they had plenty of good times.
Yeah, you'd have lots of good times. So it would probably been like a Blackjack could have been the only living relative of Twilight Sparkle. But yeah, Blackjack was off limits to the god, or off limits to Trixie to do any harm. If Trixie even thought so much as to hurt Blackjack, Twilight would immediately make things very difficult.
So I believe. Yeah. So this has an actual wave built in. So it does that. But I don't like how the top is moving. Why would it be moving left or right?
No, maybe it's stirred at the bottom.
If it was stirred at the bottom, then it'd be going in a circle.
Yeah.
This would only work if one side was very hot, the other side very cold.
Maybe it's like a jet.
No, I can stop it from doing that, and I'm going to. It is utilizing the reflections of things below it, which I might be able to use that to my advantage. What color was the stuff?
Taint?
Not taint, this.
That is taint.
So, no, because there was stuff...
Taint was just the failed version.
Because they were talking with...
liquid that got spread everywhere.
Sunset, you're expert on this, and that you can look it up. I believe that there was multiple colors.
I think it was rainbow.
No, taint was. But I believe in the book they were talking about the vats and whatever having different colors. I remember purple being one of them.
I remember it being very rainbow. Flux, multicolored, yeah, rainbow.
Anything I put in there.
Can you do rainbow? Because that's
actually, these vats, I just realized I can cheat it a little bit.
Pretty sure Twilight was flux. Yeah, it was what became known as taint. And I remember it being rainbow colored.
There is a rainbow.
Oh my, just stick her in there.
Put her in the... What would she do in the vat?
Like, God, Rainbow Dash. She's like, I'm gonna be the goddess. And the Rainbow Dash you get out of that.
See, like, I can't really put...
The texture. Rainbow texture.
I might be able
What you need. You need like a tie-dye texture.
Well, I'm gonna try this first. Flux was Discord
like
squeezing.
All the way
Yeah, I thought Flux was something to do with Discord, but that could be where she got her stuff.
If you follow Project Horizons.
Yeah, and I don't want to base my stuff on Project Horizons if I don't have to. I'm using it for the one because I like I like how Pinky dies. I think that makes for a really good sequence.
Her getting shot, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. That was just a cool scene in general.
Like I know. Discord wasn't really in the original one, so in Project.
But yeah, he wasn't in the first book because he didn't exist in the first book.
He existed, but he only had the one.
I don't think he existed long enough for them to like build him into the story. Like Chrysalis didn't exist, so Chrysalis wasn't in there. There was no changelings, so it was really weird because there was huge villains that just never really got a part in the story. But it's because they were never in the story.
I think Chrysalis was mentioned in Project Horizons, but I think by the time, because of the change of events, she basically got obliterated the second Friday. Everybody was on high alert. I was saying,
Must have been something with the naming. This hasn't crashed because most of my crashes come from RAM, and I don't have that problem anymore.
you know, but that's how
My actual save is better.
that's how Boo in Project Horizons was technically the daughter of Discord. His clones were completely from Discord squeeze.
I don't like that. Oh, don't
like
say that.
Discord squeezing. And she was the only one who gained a soul somehow, like managed.
Rarity squeezed
Yeah,
off
so
an extra or something.
She is that better? Discord squeezing. Best hair rainbow day.
Okay, well, now I gotta do this whole thing again. I'm gonna put it in the vat underneath because right now most of that green is coming from the reflection of the items underneath. So my thought is if I put this rainbow and then
I'm trying to make it all
scale it down, I can just do multiple rainbows. It probably would look rainbow-like. Now that I think about it, in comparison to Tartarus wouldn't have been a nicer place to live than the wasteland by that, or would have been. Yeah, probably.
I don't know. It's hard to seem pretty awful. They just kept them in caves. There was a lot of like animals in there that they feel like they just forgot about. Like the one time we get to see Tartarus proper, it's just cave and like sad.
Welcome to prison.
I mean, that's what it was. It was a prison with no guard.
That's not even like
Except for the
scaled
big
properly.
dog.
Yeah.
New episode. This was.
Never.
We've been on hiatus for a while.
They died.
Maybe not.
My one concern is if this vat, like the moving liquid or something, is causing a memory leak, and that's what caused the crash. And it would have been too convenient of time.
My head canon for a long time during the run of the show is that
Hours.
Cherokee escaped as Luna. Put Cerebus away from Tartarus. That she also was responsible for bringing Discord. Everything kind of somber.
Look how easy that is. Problem is, as they get smaller, and I need more of them. So it's going to be a little bit of crazy rainbows towards the center. The main thing I'm looking to do here is just get rid of
Just great.
the green. Though doing a single model with like this would be way more efficient, kind of, sorta. Not worried about resources at this point, but more things you have, just the worse it is. God, this is just a painful thing to look at.
It does hurt.
Again, this is only if this is actually rainbow. I swear that they had mentioned other vats that were like different colors or whatnot.
I was just gonna remember rainbow. No, yeah, I like the idea that Tyrek and the fall across your universe escape. I'm free of Tartar. Oh, what happened? Nope, let me back in. Let me in. I wish to unescape.
It's like, was it from Power Rangers escaping from the moon and then just realizing the Earth's already on fire and burning?
Yes. After 1,000 years, I am. Holy crap! What's happening down there? Nope.
Oh, global warming. I'm out.
Going back in what is this hole?
You know what's really funny? Because of all these colors, it makes everything else around it look black and white.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
It's kind of weird.
I think my retinas are
so okay. I think what I'm gonna do now
Let's lower it in.
Lower it in and
Let's see. Because I'm coming out. That's pretty rainbow. I think that's plenty rainbow.
I'll have to modify them to be self-illuminating though.
Yeah.
Which really kind of just makes sense for these.
Rainbows are
From Pyroland.
I saw Discord kept Bo alive in order to escape in her. I presume she already had a soul before he even started inhabiting her. It's more that he was so weak when Blackjack and friends finally released him that he couldn't maintain his form, his life without a host.
I think it's 2 rainbow.
Rainbow is taint.
Well, no, like it just, for one, I don't have a processing cam. Oh, what is? Well, that rim needs to have its whatever brought down. Well, and any liquid that was showing like that would also glow. And so I would have to add some lights and kind of like probably a fog over the top to like make like that's why I just got the mask on. Like don't
stick your face in there.
We'll do it later. But then as you go away from this, I think it would be better to use a different type of rainbow.
Okay.
I don't like those.
But yeah. Discord had to hide inside Boo because he would basically using her as life support. And he came out of Boo to F with Agni.
Better to come out of Boo.
Yeah.
Than
no, how dare. I'm the one that's supposed to be weird. You're not allowed to take my stick. How dare. But yeah. He sacrificed him. Because, and I loved in the book when Cognium sees Discord and she's like, "No, you can't be here. You're supposed to be dead. This is bad.
I killed you."
It's more like, holy crap, nothing can ruin my plans more than this. He cannot be.
I mean, he doesn't really have much power.
He's very weak, but he puts on a show.
And that's all he needs to do is just scare people.
Well, he managed to use the last of his power to connect Luna's soul to Cognium, essentially making Luna Cognium. Or Cognium Luna. Luna became Cognium became Luna in that moment. And Luna's soul started affecting Cognium decisions. And Luna knew it would be the end.
Now it doesn't move, but it does that still, which
Wilson's.
I feel like that kind of works, but it's more of okay, I don't want texture scroll. Like what proxies do we have here? Do they have like a jitter?
I like the wool. I always thought it a bit jarring when Luna's soul gets attached to Blackjack's mind. It's Scotch tape who looks at Blackjack. We're not Blackjack anymore. You don't care about any of us. Like, of course I care. Doing what's right. And it's what makes the final fight in Project Horizon so interesting, because it's Blackjack's mind that's his body, but it's Luna's soul who finally defeats Cosby.
I'm gonna try something I've never done before.
Only after the fight that Blackjack's mind finds her soul again. The help of Sweetie.
Fine.
What's kind of interesting, like the last few chapters of the book, you're not following Black. You're following. Trying to make.
Kind of work. Well, let me see first if this works, and then I'll see if I can do the other one.
Snips. When Luna dies again, her soul proceeds to the afterlife, but Blackjack's soul finds her original body, or maybe not her original body, but the one that was created for her, that still has her mind attached to it, and is drawn to it, and reconnects the body to the soul.
Oh.
But then Sweetie Bot uploads Blackjack's mind from the broken body of the Luna Blackjack and transfers it back in the body.
Oh.
So the body, the mind, and the soul all find each other again with the help of Sweetie Bot.
That actually worked.
Doing a bit of great.
I didn't think that was gonna work first try, but it did.
That's what it is. The soul never leaves the body, but the mind does in the clone body. It's all coming back to me now. It's very convoluted. But basically, Blackjack's soul stays within the clone body, but her mind is transferred into the Cognium body. Blackjack's mind replaces Cognium's mind within Cognium's body, along with Luna's soul. And that's what ends up fighting, like, the final boss. Which it can't even remember. Her soul was just kind of sitting inside of a body with. The body was transferred back to Stable 99 and put into her bed, which it stayed there comatose. Until Sweetie Bot raided the tomb of the Ognium Luna Blackjack body, uploaded the mind of Blackjack, which was still with the body, on like a backup drive within the body, and transferred it back to Blackjack in Tableline. At which point Blackjack woke up. Soul, mind, and clone body, and her original body was cognitive.
So technically, I got it to work. I said to split the values, but I can make it so it goes back and forth.
Pretty true.
Essentially, I created a signed value, assigned it to a created variable, and then assigned that variable to the rate, which actually, then I did that wrong. Actually, this should be 0.4. The angle should be, oh, this actually could be interesting. I want to see what this does.
Cognium wanted Blackjack's body because her cutie mark gave in Cognium's mind for the. Of course, Blackjack knew that wasn't true. Gave her the brawl.
So it goes in a little bit of a circle. So is this how fast the... Okay, so that's the scroll's rate. I'm going to 0.1. We're going to put this over 300. Well, actually, that was actually kind of going at a decent rate. We're going to call this 0 to 360. Just going to go full circle. Because I basically kind of want to make it look like it's kind of wobbling in place. And this might do that. Okay. Is this just going too fast? Because all this should be doing is giving a value.
Snips transfers the. Make sure that Cognium Blackjack by tearing off that. Because the cutie mark was the most valuable part about Black. It was a 21. And in Blackjack, that's a winning hand, no matter what. And in Cognium's mind, that meant would always win. That's how Blackjack always won. Because she always had the. But Blackjack knew that wasn't entirely accurate because the other side could also get 21, then draw. And Blackjack had lost just as many encounters. She had lost just as much as she.
Got those values by a lot. I don't know how many decimal points it lets me go to. Okay. I think this needs to change a little quicker.
I have a Blackjack collection.
So this needs to go much quicker. This needs to go even slower. I think I'm getting to the point of the decimal point being a little long, though. But it's right now a sign. Let's go to 0 to 360. I don't. Right now, it's going minimum 0. Top is 360, but it's passing. It's still going into a negative. I haven't. It's been too long since I've done my my maths with proxies, or whatever. I think all of them are going to be over the line, but none of them are going to is there a way to make it an absolute? Sign, clamp, uniform noise. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Ooh, uniform noise is probably going to be a little rough.
Well, not to try.
Choose none.
I kind of want to reread Project Horizons. That's as.
Yeah. Well, plus the original's better. But
I don't know if it's better. It doesn't drag on as much.
You can remember the things that happen. I feel the original just it was a beautiful unification of everything.
Yeah.
They did a really good job of taking tons of things and making something unique out of it. Where the other one felt like it was a lot more OC stuff. Where the other one, there wasn't much. It was the two universes and not much extra in there. They just found a way to fill everything in there and try to have everything within all the universes connect in some way. They didn't have to throw too many unique characters or anything. They didn't try to add in a bunch of other flair.
I love Duke character. Or Deus, as called. The events in Chapel were great. Like the whole thing where ponies were sadly committing suicide and using the app to, and I can't remember the name. P21 fell in love with him for a bit, where he just drew a line and it like that he that just read, like visual stuff like that was great.
This is gonna be not good.
No. Ooh, it's exciting.
So it's giving random values, but it's not transitioning it's not moving from one value to another.
Yeah.
It's literally jumping. And where the sine wave was nice because it was like this other one's like that. And but my hand's going and transitioning from one point to another. It is literally instantaneously the next number.
Disney's.
Oh, Gaussian noise is pretty nice. You know, matrix rotation matrix, and the provided axis.
You know what I've realized? I finally stopped coughing. He's getting all.
Ooh. There. Up. I just found what I needed. I want to do this quick. Right here.
Can we just like talk about a lot of equestrian?
I was wondering if I can do an absolute value, and it says you can. This is like the weirdest type of like programming.
Valve style.
Well, it's understandable because you're working with textures, you're not actually programming. You're assigning variables that are then pulled into something else, but it's still really weird. Now it'll probably bounce, but I can probably find a way to make that work. Nope, it still goes backwards.
I think that looks fine. You think there'd be an ad inside the valve?
But I would rather it going like this, like in a kind of circle. Right now it's going like this. Yeah. It's bouncing backwards. I was hoping that unless it needs a different variable. Let's just try creating a different one here. It might be getting confused.
I accidentally listened to Project Horizons first, so I think that it's the original.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay, so absolute value didn't do anything. So it's not about it going negative. Oh, I know why, because it goes up to 360. But what I needed to do is then keep going from 360 to 0 and then back up. Sine doesn't do that, but I know there's a property that will do that. You can I could figure it out. It would just take me a bit. This is getting into like actually like geometry and trigonometry. Thank you for the blessing. Yeah, it's just in terms of how the universe building, Thought Equestria did an amazing job of taking basically just the source material and turning it into something really, really well written, that felt unique on its own. Project Horizons is still a good book, but it brings in a lot of extra characters, extra fluff, and starts getting a little fantastical in a lot of places. It doesn't feel as grounded.
They do go to space.
Yeah, it gets, which is neat.
Yeah.
Some people want to have that extra extreme, like the +1, but Thought Equestria's best element, the best thing it did, was it created a base that everybody else can play off of.
I will say though, between Project Horizons and Fall Equestria, my favorite character between both stories is still Duke. I love that character. Just like the whole build up of his character. Like his story. Also in Project Horizons, we get to figure out what's in Little Pip's memory orb number 8.
Well, a version of like
No, that's what happened in my mind. It was all the mares. Many much mare.
Anyway. We got Star Song doing. That doesn't look like Mech Warrior. Oh,
like
be
mare,
right.
like a
be
mare.
back in a bit.
I like that one.
No, he's drinking coffee.
No, it's cool mare.
Well, and she got a little Twilight plush. Look at that one.
We're going to this.
Oh
one.
no, they're gone now. She's no bucket.
Oh, she's bucket now. She's back.
Oh.
I'll go back.
We got them Paleo and Jay's doing some more Elder Scroll. We did Jay just recently. We haven't done Star Song in a little bit. You can have a Star Song. Wendy's go stomp. Look at the little bucket horse.
Bucket horse.
Oh,
Bishop.
is he playing Mech Warrior? Oh, okay, because gonna say that looked a lot like a different game I was wanting to play. I have it. Breachway. One of my pending full release ones. Yeah, Breachway. Because I mean, like, if you look at the store page, that looks just like what he was just doing.
Yeah.
So, this game I'm really looking forward to. It's basically kind of like FTL, with where it's it's not as much picking areas within the ship, but how you go about the stuff, and I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Bucket horse. They got big
Fish. Okay, we'll head over there. And there.
Big horse. Bucket horse.
We'll be back Sunday. I kind of have an idea as to what I want to play, but I got to check with some people first. See if what their thoughts are.
I hope I get to play.
Yeah, I'll let you know too. But I need to probably figure it out by tomorrow because I don't like doing things last minute. Well, I'd like to do things last minute, but I don't like involving other people in my last minute
We're
plans.
gonna play Sierra games.
No. But thank you, Luna Presso, for the derpy car, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. And thank you to Legendary Jelly, Scratch Web, and Sunset for the resubs.
Delicious subs.
Dude, Derpy ate a lot of sandwiches because I had to fix it and everything.
I just like that the little horse is in a bucket operating a mech. As we'll see.
He's safe in the bucket.
Bucket mech horse.
Bucket McHorse.
There's a bucket. Yes. Anyway, I hope you all have a great weekend.
Yeah, we're going to be doing some board games tomorrow.
We are. We're going to play Monopoly with the horses.
Where's the cards? There it is. No. But anyways, we'll see you guys Sunday. Bye-bye. Have a good one.
I'm going to go cough somewhere.